Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting, August 6, 2024. And glad to see people out and participating again. And I would like to take this opportunity, first of all, to welcome Supervisor Half back to being in person with us again. Good to see you. Yes. Had a little bit of a tough road, and but you're here. So that's great. So I've asked Supervisor Kirk to lead us in the pledge. Thank you. All right, so at the beginning of our meetings early on, we do oral communications, which is the public's opportunity to come and speak to the board on any item that is not on the agenda. And so, as I always do, I ask for your cooperation. I know that you certainly have the right to use language that some people might not appreciate or seem as appropriate, but you have that right. But I would ask that you please consider the audience and respect for people in how you speak. The other thing is you have 3 minutes, and at 2 minutes you'll hear a little audible tone. Clock's up here, you can kind of monitor that. When you hear that tone, you got 1 minute left. And when you're speaking, please remember to address the board. And so with that, I'll call for oral communications. Anybody that would like to speak?
Hello, everybody. My name is Aaron Bass. I've been here before. I did a records request on some information regarding Tuolumne Road. I'd like to thank County Council for getting back to me and working with me on that. I would like to remind everybody that this is a multi-district issue. There hasn't been any movement when the when the news was out for the program they ran on it. We were told we'd be getting an update on the 23rd. Doesn't really seem like we got much of an update, if any actual information on the 23rd. And it doesn't seem like this is a priority for anybody on the board at this point, except maybe Anaya. However, essentially everything we hear from Anaya is, oh, we're doing this, we have good lawyers, and we haven't seen the road fixed. The road's literally falling apart. I've had to replace over 3 windshields at this point. It's ridiculous. Other people have over thousands of dollars in vehicle damage currently on their car. And it seems like this board's indifferent because it shouldn't take 10 months to get a road fixed. Not even in the Bay Area. So I've talked to mayors down there, and they think 10 months is absolutely ridiculous regardless of what happened. So.
Okay, thank you for your comments. And I will just state on behalf of the board that every board member is very interested in this topic. And we're dealing with some unusual situations and some legal issues as well. And we're trying to get through it and make it to the point where we can get that road fixed and have it done correctly. So any additional public or under all communications?
Good morning, I'm John Flynn, your political watchdog. I forgot to say that last July 23rd. And good morning to the Republic of California, 1850, and Tuolumne County government. And I received a Facebook page that one of the supervisors sent a letter, wanted an immediate action done about dilapidated vehicles on the roadside. And so I wanted to read, I guess it says here, recent concerns raised by residents and site visits. That's a red flag right there. And then the other one was, these issues include impaired sight lines and potential safety hazards. And I think our roads, our crumbly, crappy roads are far more precedence than going after this kind of stuff. And I also would like to read concerning this letter that was dated July 18th, today, or it was written yesterday, actually. And Self versus Ray, 261. These are U.S. Supreme Court rulings. The common law is the real law, the supreme law of the land. The codes, the rules, regulations, policies, and statutes are not the law. And then the second one, Rodriguez versus Ray Donovan. All codes, rules, and regulations are for government authorities only, you, not human creators, in accordance with God's law. All codes, rules, and regulations are unconstitutional and lacking due process. Now we got that covered. Now the other issues I want to talk about are vote no on the November election. You got to read it. 2 minutes. Okay. ACA 1 and vote no on ACA 13. That will raise property taxes up on everything. And that is just dangerous. And a lot of people, you're going to wind up homeless or you're going to have to move out of the state. So read the ballot very carefully for ACA 1 and ACA 13 and vote no. That's my opinion. Okay, now childsupportmadesimple.com, 0 payments to your ex, if that's a female. Season 4, episode 4, how to sue judges, commissioners, magistrates, and court clerks. Title 28, U.S. Code 1654. Length of video is 19 minutes. And then we have, right? And season 1, episode 4, defend your rights under color law. Oh, you're done? I'm done.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Yes. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Any additional members of the public that would like to speak under oral communication? Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. I would like to point out that school's going to be starting soon, so CHP has assured me they're going to be out on the roads, and let's hope that our drivers respect the laws regarding buses and don't run over our children. I'm rather curious as to why the person in charge of our elections procedure had a candidate's election information night but didn't really tell anybody about it. You had a meeting that Tuesday, the information night was Thursday, and no one came here and said anything to the community. And I'm also concerned about the burglary that occurred at the Navigation Center that I'm not aware that anybody's been told about either. And if I was in that neighborhood, I'd be really curious as to how some unsheltered people managed to circumvent the security gate, open up a window, come in, open up the doors, and help themselves to whatever. Because I think that's rather important information for that neighborhood. And then I'm also kind of intrigued by people living in District 3 and why they are so obsessed with what is going on in District 1. So we had some men out in the District 3 area that decided they were these omnipotent political gurus and they were going to find candidates for District 1. So they found one, then they got mad at him, then they found a second one, got mad at him, and then found a third. Then we had some women in District 3 who decided they were going to find some candidates. So they found one who I actually thought would be a really good candidate, but then they turned on him and stabbed him in the back like within a week. Then they went out and found another candidate who really wasn't qualified but tried hard, and I don't even think made it to a candidate's night. Then there was a third group out in District 3 that decided they were going to pick their own candidates, and fortunately they were loyal to their candidates and stuck with them the whole time. Now, 100 days before the election, some people out in District 3 again decided that they didn't like the choices made available to District 1. So now we've made a mess out of everything. And I'm not sure how many of you are participating in this, but that really concerns me when people who don't even leave the district start butting in and telling the voters of District 1 that we're stupid and incompetent at electing our own candidates. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional members of the public like to speak under oral communications? Okay, seeing none, I'll look for staff reports. That's the opportunity for staff to come up and give the board and the public a brief overview of what they've got going on in their respective areas. Good morning, Mike.
Good morning, Mike Mizzou, Tuolumne County Animal Control. I was going to present this last board meeting, but some things have changed. I went up north to help run some evac teams for the park fire. Took 3 people, so that's where we've been at for about 10 days. We're all back right now. So this is just my, thank you. This is my from January to the end of June report of what has happened at the shelter so far. So I just want to give that, halfway through the year report. So far at that point, we had 2,100 calls for service that we actually responded to in the field. We're averaging close to 1,600 phone calls a month that come in for either questions, trying to resolve things on the phone rather than going in person. So that's 1,600 that come in. At the time I wrote this, we had 662 animals that were at the shelter during those 6 months. They're all not there now, but that's the total number. Currently, we finally are full staffed on our ACO side. So we have all this coverage and everything is being covered right now. We did leave one position open, a relief staff, because of the ongoing budget, constraints, and some things may change. So we just left one open right now, and we're doing okay, just keeping it like that. We opened some cooling centers during those extreme heat days. We did not have anybody come in, but we did have people call about it, just in case. I want to give a big thanks to facilities. We had some problems when it was 115, 116 in Jamestown with our main kennel going really hot. And Steve from facilities was wonderful, and he came up with a great fix, and our temperatures are almost normal now. So that was really good. We did some public outreach at the fair. We did some in Groveland for some fire evacuation. We also did livestock medical check-ins for Dr. Whitman at the fair for all the people 4-H and everything. We did that. I've been talking with social services. They had some grant money that was funded for the unsheltered people and their animals, and we're going to work with them on actually facilitating that program sometime in the future. We're going to be working on a grant with Best Friends Humane Network for vaccines. They're going to give us some money for vaccines. And hopefully, maybe the next board meeting, I'll come up here and I'll have a contract for a vet come on board for part-time doing some spay and neuter for some cats. I know Supervisor Brandon's been talking to me about that, the cat population problem and everything. So that's where we're at right now at this date and time. Questions? Ryan? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Additional staff reports. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, board members. Sarah Daniel, Resiliency Analyst for your Office of Emergency Services. We wanted to take a moment to let you know we are kicking off public meetings for the Jumpstart Grant. To refresh your memory, the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services awarded grant funding to the County of Tuolumne under the Prepare California Jumpstart Grant. The purpose of this grant is to reduce the long-term risk of disasters, increase resiliency, and hazard mitigation measures across census tracts identified by Cal OES that have a combination of high hazard exposure and social vulnerability. We will be hosting a series of meetings in each of the eligible census tracts, which include all but Supervisor Kirk's district. At each of these, we will educate the public on how to assess their risks and discuss potential projects to lessen the impact of disasters before they occur and to recover more quickly in the event of a natural disaster. There are 5 eligible census tracts. Well, it's a little hard to see on this map. To get an idea of the locations, Census Tract 12, which is the green area on your map, includes parts of downtown Sonora. Census Tract 21, The purple area includes the Columbia area along the border of the county. Census Tract 41, which is pink, includes Standard Park, Mona Village, Rancho Paquitos, and parts of Soulsbyville. Census Tract 42, the beige area, is Groveland, parts of Yosemite, Pine Mountain Lake, Moccasin. Census Tract 51, the blue area, which includes Jamestown areas such as Woods Creek, Peppermint Creek, all the way down to Stent, Jacksonville Road. The first meeting will be held on August 27th, 2:00 p.m. at the Groveland CRC. There will also be a virtual meeting held for those who can't make the in-person meeting on September 5th at 5:30 p.m. We will be doing social media and local pushouts for both meetings. You have before you a flyer for these two first meetings, and we have placed a stack in the back for anyone here today. On the flyer, there is a link to the survey to see if you are in one of the eligible census tracts, and a QR code with a link for more information. We encourage the public to attend these meetings and contact our office if you have any questions. Please call our main office number at 209-533-6395. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning, Robbie.
Good morning, Board. Robbie Bergstrom, Tuolumne County Economic Development. And I'd just like to announce the coming dates of two community-wide economic development meetings. The first one is in Columbia on August 27th at 5:30. The location has not been finalized yet, but I will make that public once we have that finalized and send out the announcement. The next one is in Tuolumne City on September 17th, and that one will be held at the Tuolumne City Community Center. So I look forward to seeing everyone. Everyone is invited to attend, but particularly those of the community, welcome to come and speak to what you believe will bring economic development to your community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excuse me, thank you. Additional staff reports. Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning, Supervisor. All supervisors. Board, Dave Vasquez, Sheriff of Tuolumne County. It's been at least 60 days since I've come up here and given you a recap of everything that our Sheriff's Office has been doing. Needless to say, it's been extremely busy in all operational tempos. We'll start with dispatch, talking about 11,865 total calls for just the month of June. Total incidences, 4,606. Calls for service, 3,518. Life-saving interventions, 24. Emergency medical dispatching, 749. And 4 Narcan deployments. I'm starting with dispatch just because I can't come up here and not talk about dispatch. Dispatch has been one of our biggest challenges that we've had in the Sheriff's Office as far as general staffing. I am pleased to announce that we are in the process of filling our last vacancy for our 911 staff. This was instrumental in the fires that we've seen in the last couple of days, specifically with a Gate Fire and Pedro Fire, where we received an influx of calls that would have normally inundated our communication center. We were able to accept and receive and coordinate every call for service that came into our PSAP. And that is because we had 6 dispatchers on duty, 4 that were already scheduled to be there and 2 that we called in on an emergency basis. And the reason why I highlight that is because we had those 2 extras to call in. And we had the 4 already staffed there that were taking all calls for service in Tuolumne County. That includes fire, EMS, general calls for service from the public regarding crime. That is a testament to the serious investments that have been made in public safety, specifically the Sheriff's Office and law enforcement. I can stand here today, and I haven't been able to do this since I've been sheriff, and say that I have confidence that we can really answer the calls for 911 until now. We have that ability, and the people should be proud of that. It was a testament to the team effort of our professional standards and our existing staff to recruit good quality candidates, to the compensation that exists to be competitive with neighboring agencies, and an acceptable trade-off from the work that they actually do. So many thank yous to the dispatchers. We had a long road ahead of us, but there's light at the end of the tunnel, and we're getting there quick. We should have our first 2 new dispatchers off training within the next month. It might even be 3. I could be misquoting that, but nonetheless, we can all see the light at the end of the tunnel, and that's a great thing. As for patrol, for the month of June, 357 cases, 146 total arrests, 77 citations. 46 of those were felonies, 100 were misdemeanors, 15 fentanyl cases. That's specific to fentanyl only, not the other controlled substances. 27 incidences responding to and assisting other law enforcement agencies, mental health crisis response 40, and 31 community-oriented policing. We are averaging approximately 5 deputies per shift. That's not including the other deputies that hold collateral assignments such as general investigations. And while we're talking about general investigations, we'll go ahead and just run a couple of stats across you. 400 suspected child abuse report forms processed within the last 6 months, 140 search warrants authored, 24 juvenile sexual assaults investigated, 5 adult sexual assaults investigated. They are also active in marijuana operations in Tuolumne County, which I'm very grateful for our CDD partners. We've been very, very cohesive, and it has been highly effective with not only marijuana, but also the homelessness efforts. In the last 2 months, our patrol division, in the last 2 months, we have issued 140 citations. These are mostly all parking citations, not to be confused with the last citations I talked about for general crimes. We have some problems and some issues in parking around the county. It hasn't been the highest priority, but nonetheless, we've been proactively addressing those. And I know I'm working closely with county council to talk about whether or not the fines are where they should be in the status quo. Because if you ask me, $35 is an acceptable trade-off for day parking to recreate. And that's the fine as it currently stands now. We have applied in a collaborative effort with our DA's office, probation, health and human services for a Prop 47 grant. We should be hearing back by September 12th. It's a $6 million grant over the course of, I believe, 3 years. We're anxiously awaiting to find out how we can expand services, not necessarily staff, but services, and hopefully create some relief to the general fund by utilizing those state dollars to work harder for our county, not the other way around. Overall staffing in the patrol division is looking very, very good. We are down to 1 vacancy, and we are currently in the process of filling all of our collateral assignments, such as narcotics enforcement, high-risk supervision, and also the campus court security that I promised you all I would have staffed out there. So we are working closely at that. We're about a month away from actually having our first deputy out there to be actively engaged in that operation. Let's talk about drugs real quick, because drugs are by far crushing our community right now. I'm going to throw some stats out to you that I had my staff double check and triple check. In 6 months, we've had 15 deaths related to overdose, specifically from fentanyl and other combination of drugs. I can say that with confidence because 9 of them have been confirmed by the death certificate, and the other 6 we are awaiting confirmation. However, based on the situation that existed when the deputies responded, there was enough to reasonably infer that there was more than 1 drug on board, specifically fentanyl. So I'm going to say 15, even though we haven't received the death certificate that says it on there. We have other information that tells us that. In 1 day, we received 2 overdose calls within 2 hours. The deputy sheriffs responded code 3 to 1 incident, and luckily the EMS and medics were able to get there and revive that individual as we were arriving before the second overdose kicked off, which was on the other side of the county. The deputies responded code 3 to that, where the individual was a female and she was unresponsive, no pulse, no breathing. They began CPR and administered Narcan. I wish I could release the body cam footage of that, because if you could see the dynamics that go into saving life, it really is eye-opening. It's extremely eye-opening to see how much this drug is crushing the hearts and souls of our families in this community. Nonetheless, the deputies were able to revive her, and she's alive today. The increase to drug crime correlates to an increase of drug-endangered children cases that we are seeing also. So they go hand in hand. You can't escape one without the other. I'm not saying that every person that uses drugs is a bad parent, but I am saying that the correlation of the data shows that oftentimes the more narcotics enforcement and cases that you pull regarding addiction or illicit drug crimes, the more often you're going to see drug-endangered children cases rise. That also accounts for general neglect. We are seeing that trend right now. It is important to you to know that it's an absolute priority to me. It's a priority to our community, which is why we have formulated the Tuolumne Narcotics Team to full-time, 100% focus on narcotics enforcement in this community. It is an absolute need. The people want it. They need it. And it's important that the people who are out there selling fentanyl and any other drug in this community to know that we will relentlessly pursue you with the highest level of stamina and endurance. We will not throw our hands up and say that it's legislation or that sentencing is not harsh enough, we will make it uncomfortable as we possibly can to sell drugs in this community and keep it out of our schools, out of our families. I'm sorry, I have a laundry list here, so I'm checking them off as I go. I want to throw a big shout out to our fire. I know I see a Chief Andy Murphy back there who they have done an outstanding job on these fires. I mean, relentlessly attacking the fires, Gate Fire, Pedro Fire, the communication, the response efforts, not just in those fires alone, but also in the Arrow Fire in Calaveras. Work closely with them. That came to our county line. We had to get involved with that as well. I'm so grateful for the partnership that we have. I'm so grateful for the shared efforts. That includes everybody in the emergency response team. I have felt that fabric is more tightly woven than it ever has been in just the dynamic efforts that everybody puts forth day in and day out. So a big thank you to the entire team for how they keep the community safe. I want to end by just saying how grateful I am for all of our county partners. I know I said that in the beginning. I talked about HHSA, I talked about behavioral health, CDD, all of our partners. I want to share with you just a quick story, and you may have seen the press release on it about the calls for service that we receive regarding people experiencing mental health crisis. If you remember the number that I just read, because I don't, it was 40 in just the month of June alone. This is becoming the norm. And more than ever will we have to be relying on our partnerships with behavioral health, because this is a very real thing. For people that question the seriousness of mental health crisis and calls for service regarding law enforcement, they are very real. In June, we received a specific call for service where a man was threatening to light himself on fire and then drove an ATV out to Brentwood Lake and was threatening to drive himself off of a cliff with an ATV. The deputies responded there with the appropriate amount of resources that I'm grateful for, and they were able to contain that area. They actually conducted evacuations and were able to establish a rapport. This call for service of just rapport building lasted about an hour of a one-on-one conversation between the deputy and the individual suffering the mental health crisis before he made a decision that he was going to swim out to the deep part of the lake and drown himself. The individual jumped into the water, and the deputy, in full sprint, full gear, full equipment, jumped into the water and was able to swim and catch up to the individual, detaining him, where the other deputies could then swim him back to shore and detain him and get him the help that he needed. I highlight that because I just want to show you how well-rounded these deputy sheriffs are, that we are hiring and retaining the best qualified people that we can to protect this community, our community. It's a very well-rounded effort. They know when consequences are the right way to go, and they know when use of force is, and they also know when compassion and how it all ties together. I couldn't be more proud of the staff because they are looking through that wide lens and they are taking in all of the circumstances that have to do with policing a community and just life in general. So I think that is very important. I want the community to know that we have our finger on the pulse and that we are constantly evaluating to meet the needs of every call for service. So thank you for your time. I know that was a little bit longer than I wanted, but it's important that you know that those are the things that are happening. Thank you so much.
Sheriff, before you depart,
Yes, sir.
one question, because this has been an area of great concern, is the dispatching center itself. Can you enlighten us as to, some efforts to try and resolve that situation? I know that there's some things going on.
Absolutely, and I think that we had some input come back and some feedback from the grand jury report. There was also a press release that I had given a statement in where we are actively pursuing an alternative location. That has been a collaborative effort with county administration and also your board. We are looking heavily at the Dambacker Detention Facility. We have some square footage out there that it fits perfect. It's too good to be true. We are taking those steps to move forward through the Board of State Community Corrections, and we have had a meeting with them as well. The next meeting or the next point of contact would be to get authorization through the State Board of Public Works, I believe. I believe there's some type of attachment where they are bondholders or were involved in the process of the people who have made investments to building that facility. However, I feel very positive about that, and I'll look to my right in case I'm saying something that's not correct, and County Council knows something that I don't. But I want to say that there was specific restrictions on what the facility could be used for. However, we fit within the criteria because none of the square footage that we want to use is, it doesn't infringe on any of the justice-involved individual programs, housing areas. any of their classes. So it fits within the criteria. There are other counties that have done similar actions and have moved different parts of their offices into these facilities with success. So I feel really good about it. I think it's a positive thing. Looking at the infrastructure in and of itself, it doesn't appear that there will be any structural modifications that need to be made at this time.
Very good. Thanks for that update.
Of course, undoubtedly the key of using what we have and being able to make the most of it for sure. And I know that there was some questions last board meeting about what are we doing with that building, and that there was some opinions about it. So that's the answer. We're making the best of it, and it definitely a cost savings to the community for sure.
Very good. Thank you very much.
You are very welcome.
Additional staff members? Any other reports here? Okay, see none. Oh, I'm sorry. Come on up. Has that been resolved here?
I'm Debbie Larson, Director of Environmental Health, and we have just updated our hazardous materials area plan through a grant with Cal OES, and it's a document that we will use to respond to hazardous material incidences, whether large or small, within the county. And it was a very collective effort to get this document produced, and that's pretty much it. Anybody have any questions about it? Or thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chief Murphy.
Good morning, Andy Murphy, Assistant County Fire Chief. I wish I was as well spoken as a sheriff, but I've never met a microphone that I liked, so I'll try to be brief. Just a little update on the activity of your fire department. Over the last 2 months, we've responded out of the unit to assist other counties like they assist us. That includes Humboldt, Lake Napa, Lake and Napa, LA County, Ventura, El Dorado, Butte, Mariposa, and Calaveras. Last month, we responded to 17 vegetation fires, 2 structure fires, 472 medical incidents, and 159 other calls. Year to date, we're at 4,156, and that compares to 10 years ago when we responded to about 2,500. And that stays true to our what has been our average of about 38% increase over 10 years ago. And then also I wanted to give a shout out to Robert Anzar, volunteer in Chinese camp, a volunteer fire captain. The one volunteer we have down there responded to 32 incidents just in July. So really appreciate his work. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional staff reports? Okay. Excuse me. So we are going to move on to consent calendar. I'll first look to the board, and if there's any supervisor that would like to pull any items from consent for further discussion.
Yeah, I wanted to pull 13 and 15.
Okay, so we have item number 13 and 15 being pulled. Any other supervisors have any additional beyond those two? Okay, so at this point I will ask that the clerk please read the consent calendar, less items 13 and 15.
Item number 1, approve the minutes of the July 18th, 2024 and July 23rd, 2024 meetings. Item number 2, adopting resolution 6324, acknowledging a report made by the fire chief of the Tuolumne County Fire Department regarding compliance with Health and Safety Code 13146.4, Fire Protection Services Inspections Compliance Reporting. Item number 3, approving a memorandum of understanding with Learning for Life, a District of Columbia nonprofit Corporation, authorizing the county administrator to sign this and all related documents. Item number 4, approving the reappointment of Beth Barnett, Selena Flores-Berry, Kelly Kirsten, Kelly Thomas, and He Jung to the Child Care Planning Council with terms to expire on June 30th, 2026. Item number 5, determining there's a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the county administrative officer as a result of a series of storms from February 2023 through March 2023 pursuant to Public Contract Code 22050 and TCOC 3.22.060. 4/5 vote required. Item number 6, determining there's a need to continue the emergency actions ordered by the county administrative officer as a result of a severe storm on or about March 1st, 2024, pursuant to the Public Contract Code 22050 and TCOC 3.22.06, 4/5 vote required. Item number 7, approving plans, specifications, and bid book for contract number 1762, Crystal Falls Drive overlay contained in the fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget and issuing a call for bids to be due on August 15th, 2024 at 2 p.m. Item number 8, adopting Resolution 6424, authorizing the county administrator to sign all related documents for semi-annual subvention funding for the Veteran Services Office. Item number 9, approving the reappointment of Rebecca Steiner and John Schultz to the Columbia Cemetery District with terms to expire on August 6, 2028. Item number 10, accepting the resignation of Jerry Morrow as a District 1 representative of Tuolumne County Planning Commission and directing the clerk of the board to post a notice of vacancy. Item number 11, approving the conflict of interest codes for following local agencies: Sonora Union High School District, Tuolumne County Transportation Council, and Tuolumne County Transit Agency. Item number 12, approving the conflict of interest codes for following Tuolumne County departments and committees: Sheriff's Office, County Administration Office, General Services Agency, Committee on Aging, District Attorney, Library and Recreation, Treasurer and Tax Collector, and Airports. Item number 14, rescinding Resolution 5124 and adopting Resolution 6524, authorizing application to and participation in the Pro Housing Designation Program.
Thank you. Looking for board comments on any items. Supervisor Campbell.
Thank you very much, Chair. And the place I wanted to start was with a great thank you to the members of the Child Care Planning Council. It's a group that kind of flies under the radar, but if you have young children in Tuolumne County, you know that it is very difficult to find childcare in this community. It's one of our greatest difficulties, especially for young children. And this is a group that works with all of the different agencies, all of the schools, private childcare providers to help connect community members with childcare. So if you're not familiar with the Child Care Planning Council, it's a fantastic group, and I'm really grateful, particularly to these members that are re-upping their membership in that organization, because it's so important. And unless you have tried to find childcare for your child and haven't been able to find it, you don't understand that fear and that pressure of having to choose between a career and providing for your family and having a safe place for your child to stay. The other one, and apologize if I share a story about it, but the Crystal Falls overlay, I was reflecting on partially the situation that we have with Tuolumne Road, but just the concept of how these types of projects happen. So Crystal Falls Drive has not had any kind of overlay in close to 30 years. So that's a significant amount of time, and it's quite typical, I think, of a lot of the roads in our community. And just the path that it took to get the LATCF money, that's local area, tribal consistency funds that we get from the federal government, getting that money started in 2021, 2022. And then from that process, it took a great deal of time to develop that project on Crystal Falls Drive because we hadn't done anything in decades on that road. And so now finally we're at this point where we are proposing a bid and we're actually going to get that job done. But it was a very long pathway to get there, and it takes a lot of work and a lot of money and a lot of planning consistently over a long period of time. And so just to highlight the fact that these things don't just happen. It takes consistency on this board, and I'm very grateful that we have a board that's dedicated to road projects the way it has been. More roads repaired in the past 2 years than any other time in recent memory. But I just think this is it's a very big indicator of the time and the effort and the money that it takes to do these types of overlay projects, and the people of Crystal Falls are very grateful. And thank you.
Very good. Additional Supervisor Hess.
Yes, thank you. This is with regards to item number 3 on the consent calendar, because people in the audience may not have, or people, you know, that are watching this after the fact may not have access to what is in the understanding, the MOU with the Learning for Life. This is something that the fire department is doing to encourage young people between the ages of 14 and 21 to become interested in fire science and getting experience and education on it, because they may end up being our future firefighters. So I just wanted to highlight how awesome this program is, and that I'm happy to see that it's on the agenda. Thank you.
Very good. Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I only wanted to provide a comment on the Columbia Cemetery District. We have a lot of cemetery district issues with some of them in the community, but a few of them are very strong, and Columbia Cemetery is one of those. So thank you to Rebecca Steiner and John Schultz. I've been working on it for a long time, 10 monthly meetings with them, and they've been doing a fantastic job. It's not just because they're my neighbor, but they throw great events up there. They keep everything very clean. And they do fantastic. If you live in another community and you're interested in serving in a role, consider looking into some of the cemetery districts. Not the most high-profile job. It can be sometimes pretty dead around there. But there's a lot of very important stuff as far as all the documents and being able to be there for the last moment of people. And if people don't step up, then it becomes a real problem when somebody has a plot.
Good points. Supervisor Crook, do you have anything additional here? I don't have any comments. I'll look for public comment on consent calendar items, less item 13 or item 15, because we're going to be discussing those separately here in just a moment. Good morning again.
Thank you, Supervisor Haff, for explaining item number 3 to the community. They need to know that. And thank you, Supervisor Campbell. It's nice to hear someone say something positive and uplifting for the roads department here. I would like to comment on item number 10. I think it's very important for you to pick someone who will be on your planning commission that can serve as a leader and a role model for some of your more inept members. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on consent calendar items except items 13 and 15? Yes, sir. Good morning again.
Good morning again. Glad to see another road project. Hopefully this one goes really smooth, and glad to see the investment made into the county.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board and look for a motion to approve consent calendar, less items 13 and 15.
I'd like to move, since I'm now here on the dais,
Okay.
I'll second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Haff, second by Supervisor Brandon. And all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstain?
And welcome back.
It's great. We don't have to
Thank
do
you.
roll call
Yeah.
anymore.
No roll call, and passes 5-0. Okay, so if I can have the clerk, we'll come back to item number 13 first. If you could please read that item.
Item number 13, increasing appropriations in the new county utility cost center in the amount of $157,858, recognizing unanticipated revenue in the same amount from the Tuolumne Public Power Agency and adding a senior administrative analyst to the county utility cost center, or fifth vote required.
Okay, so This issue has been before us, before the board in one fashion or another a couple of times before, including some budgetary decisions were made. But we still have work to do on working towards this. So Supervisor Kirk, you asked that it be pulled if you can please.
Yeah, I wanted it pulled just so I could have a separate vote, and I'd like to hear board comments. But the gist of it is when this came before our board, I did vote yes on it, but it was with the understanding that we go back to TPPA members, make sure it was explained properly, make sure everybody was on board since it was in fact going to raise their rates. And I know there's been some meetings, there's been some one-on-ones, but I'm still getting feedback from members that they need more information. They want to meet together as a group again. I know this has gone out twice, but the gist of it is I can't support something that's going to raise rates on these members when I'm still getting emails, phone calls, texts, and recent, when I say recent, 2, 3, 4 weeks ago, piece of mail saying that there's a list of people who signed on to oppose it. So I think the end goal is a good idea, but I just need the members who are going to be affected by it to be in support of it, and I'm just getting too much riffraff behind the scenes. So I wanted to pull it to have a vote. I know it's a 4/5 vote. If there is going to be 4/5 vote, I do have a couple questions. Specifically, I don't know why it's landing in the general fund cost center, even though it's not going to cost the general fund money. Why is it there? And then the other thing is, I don't know if this position, if it does move forward, a question I have is, I don't know if this position's also going to be doing general fund duties or if it's going to be specifically and wholeheartedly dedicated to the TPPA cost center. So those are my two questions.
Okay, I'm gonna have Supervisor Half go next, Chi, and then I'll follow up with you, Supervisor.
Yeah, thank you. Supervisor Kirk, I hear you. I have a slightly different bent on it, although those your concerns are some of mine too. My biggest concern is that the public doesn't understand. It's $157,000, and they're going to equate that with creating yet another position and enlarging our kingdom, because that's the way they put it. And I think the idea is very good, but I think this is poor timing.
Okay, Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. So when we had convened as the TIPA board, we approved TIPA funding a position to be able to manage it, one full-time employee, the $7 million fund. So as the TIPA board, we allocated that. But in order to avoid potentially any PERS issues, as we've seen with other JPA type entities, we would be recognizing that within the county, going to where it's in the general fund. As the TIPA board, we approved it, and then we have to take off that hat and put our county hat on. That's coming into our budget as a budget amendment. When we did this and move forward with it, I think there's a lot of value to it. It's what we're talking about is a 1.8% increase, which is within the year-to-year fluctuations, what we might see. But I just wanted to call out one point of it, and I agree. I think it's complicated. It's not, as much as we may have tried to explain this, it's not well publicly understood, certainly. This is something we've had to have a lot of meetings on. But we get about 25% of the new Maloney's Dam power, which goes to public agencies, and we've added Tier 1 and Tier 2 members onto this list that get vastly subsidized power. That saves people a lot of money, saves schools and utility districts about 2/3 in the PG&E bill, rough number. However, that capacity, to my understanding, we are around 80 to 85%, and buildings and facilities are increasing in their electrical use over time. So when that hits the 25%, there's no more. That's the top, which means then you have to start making decisions about which agencies would be removed from that and no longer able to access it, starting with the Tier 2 members. I don't think that's something that anybody wants to do. That includes not just public agencies that are governments, but ATCA and Motherload Job Training and a number of other partners on there. There's also the opportunity that with projects coming in, not only to increase potentially what's available there, but to reduce rates even further. So I think it's important that this is something that we voted on, we're able to move forward with. I think there's value in doing that, especially with the time crunch that I think we talked about before. Even a 6-month or a 1-year delay, it could substantially put this effort behind, especially while I think there are projects kind of currently being considered. And this is already something that we've approved, and generally it's been very non-controversial when we need to recognize unanticipated revenue into the budget. I don't think we've ever voted that down or done it. So as far as budget changes, I do hear the concern. I think the appropriate time to reevaluate that would be as the TIPA board at the next budget to make that decision. Otherwise, we've, as one board, allocated money, which is now lockboxed there, and as the next board refused to accept it and leaving it kind of in a middle no man's land. And that to me is a little disjointed.
Thank you. Supervisor Campbell, do you have comments?
Well, I was on. There we go. Well, I had kind of a question to start out with. From what I'm inferring is that Supervisor Kirk and Hef, you've heard negative feedback about the rate increase. Is that because my understanding was that the majority of the TIPA membership were supportive of adding a position? Am I wrong in that? Because I thought.
I think only a third of them were at that initial meeting. I don't know how many since that time have been spoken to, but it wasn't the entire membership.
So, and I'll weigh in briefly. My understanding was there was concern because the members didn't have an opportunity to participate in the process. We did that, and then there was still concern, and we did a second meeting. And so I think there was ample opportunity. Just because only a third show up doesn't mean that it's, I mean, we did the reach out. And so back to you, Supervisor Campbell.
I mean, I just have to, it stands to reason that if they're not showing up, that they are okay with the TIPA board making those decisions on their behalf. And we can't lose sight of the fact that 70.89 cents per kilowatt hour is a really good rate for electricity. You know, we're talking about an increase, but it's an increase of a rate that's still far below what you or I or any commercial entity pays in the county. And what we're talking about is an investment in the future of TIPA, which I've always felt was a underutilized resource in the community. The fact that we are able to provide this power at a cheaper rate. There's so many opportunities there, especially with the way technology is changing in our state and in our country. We're in danger of being left behind if we don't embrace some of those technological advancements and look at the opportunities to leverage TIPA in a way that will help our member agencies. And if we don't have somebody in that position steering the ship, I'm worried that we're just going to fall behind, and we already are behind in a lot of respects. So my understanding, I mean, I think Supervisor Brandon did a good job of explaining the distinction between why it's included in general fund. It's not actually going to cost the property taxpayers of Tuolumne County additional money on the property tax bill. It's coming out of that rate. And we did have a pretty lengthy discussion about it at, I think it was the meeting before last, about the three options, one of which included no rate increase. And I was supportive of either this option or the no rate increase option. I don't know, would that be a discussion point worth bringing up again, or are we just looking at not supporting this at all?
For me, it's real simple. It's at that meeting, I barely voted yes, and yes was go back, have a meeting with everybody, get everybody on board, so that if I'm raising somebody, if I have here, the following school districts are in opposition: Bellevue Elementary, Columbia Elementary, Curtis Creek Elementary, Sonora Elementary, Silsbyville Elementary, Somerville Elementary, Somerville High, Twin High Elementary. However, we believe it is fiscally irresponsible to increase school energy rates during these challenging financial times. How can I move forward supporting this? I'm not, if we think it's a great idea, it hasn't been communicated properly to them that it's a great idea. And until that is done, I'm right back to where I was at that first meeting, which is we have to communicate this in a way to where we have the proper buy-in, because right now that's, for me, not proper buy-in. So I don't want to be a stickler. If I'm going to raise rates of somebody else and I'm getting letters like this, I can't move forward. So if we pause, if we said, hey, this is our last hurrah, we're going to have a meeting in 4 or 5 weeks. My understanding is the first meeting was completely rushed. Perhaps the second meeting, it was during graduation, or it was not enough time to properly plan. And then there was individual meetings, and then the people who had individual meetings met separately or made phone calls, and there was confusion. And it's like, for me, this isn't how I want to do business. Get everybody in the room, let them know this is the last hurrah, bring all your questions, concerns. I'll even show up to the meeting just to hear everybody, and let's move forward. Because at the end of the day, we think that it may have, like Supervisor Brandon, you said, it might be the proper way to go. Although I do have some holdups, because I think a lot of the conversation was about solar, and in our own report, it said that solar was a no-go because it was too expensive to invest in. But that's just off recollection from a few months ago. All I want is proper buy-in. If that means one of the options, Ryan, is one of those three where we're not saying no, but we're sending this back to staff to have that meeting, I'm fine with that. I can't move forward when I have letters like this, phone calls, emails, texts from the very people that I'm going to affect their rates, saying we still got questions and we still don't understand. So that's where I'm at.
And go back to my question, the alternative to that would be using 100% of the cost for the analyst being offset by fund balance that exists in TPPA right now. Now, it's not a long-term solution, but it is one that would not raise rates and allow time to get somebody set up in that position, working towards some of these goals that might, in the long run,
I guess my
lower
pushback
rates
to
even
be
further.
a pushback to that would be, we've had TPPA for decades. Supervisor Half did it for a while. She said it was little to no work. What's the harm in just continuing that practice until we have these meetings, and then I don't think I'm asking for the stars in the moon. I just want proper communication.
I mean, I can give a couple examples. So we have a state, we live in a state that is requiring conversion to zero emission vehicles by 2035.
Okay.
And that includes all the member agencies. So schools, if they want to buy a car, it's going to have to be electric, most likely. The county, all the member agencies. And so the amount of consumption of energy logically is going to increase precipitously in the next 10 years. Mm-hmm. And so if we're not planning for that, then we're all of a sudden going to have a huge draw on TIPA. And if we're not investing in other ideas, alternative energies, private industry that might want to come in, if there's ways we can leverage TIPA for that. But we won't know what those opportunities are, or grants initiatives that might be available. We won't know any of that unless we actually have somebody where it's their job to maintain that. Plus, that communication issue that you mentioned with the member agencies, I think that could be resolved as well if we had somebody there. So
I see a lot of opportunity.
Hold on, three things. 3 things I agree where the state's headed, and I personally think we need to invest more in TIPA and in that position and get ahead of it. I agree. But I also don't know if you guys remember when we were doing the 2035 study, the state's math is completely off. So I to be honest, this is just me personally thinking, the state knows that their math's off. They know that we're never going to reach those goals. They're far-fetched goals. And if you look at electrical cars and where all that's going, it's actually going the opposite way. People are pushing back and not going down that path. So I think we have time. We don't have 9 to 10 years of time. I think I'm asking for a couple months and then have this conversation. I do believe we need to go down this path. I just, we're here to represent our constituents. Sometimes we go against them completely because we just feel like we have more information and we're in the seat and we got to make it. But in this, when I got, folks who are running schools saying they need more information. I have to respect that, and I have to give them that opportunity. So that's where I'm at. I don't think I'm going to be swayed, so I'll be that one no vote. It's up to the four of you how you want to move forward.
So let me go back to Supervisor Haff first here, please.
Yeah, thank you. Well taken. I agree. And remember how I started out when my first comments about this. It's a good idea. We should do it. Now is not the time. I think Supervisor's Brandon explanation of how this is working or how this will work is very accurate, and I think probably most people in this room understand it, but the general public, the voting public, is not here right now. They're not going to understand it. They're going to see, oh, we passed this new position for $157,000. It's in the general fund, even though it's really not. It's paid for by another fund. And they're going to say, there goes the board again, being frivolous and irresponsible. I think this is not the right time. It's a good project for a slightly later date.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. There are member benefits. I think the power capacity issue as admin, our kind of responsibility in that is very important. For me, what I see out of this is economic development, jobs, and revenue. And actually, I think this is the perfect time where we're talking about priorities, long range, and regardless of what happens with the revenue measure. I mean, we had in our Measure A advisory language, budgets are going to be tight. We still have to figure out some of those solutions. And where $560 billion is being invested in the next 10 years, estimated in this industry, we have a very real chance of catching onto that and having some of those benefits here or being left behind. I did want to clarify a couple of technical things. One of the priorities mentioned at the board, including I think by both of you, is we needed to have a plan with this. And I think there was agreement completely on it. So we do have funding to be able to complete a study. But from your time too, if we do, when you're working for the county as staff, just because we may be hiring experts to assist with that, it still needs somebody on this side that's coordinating with them. And right now we don't have that person. So we have that line item, but if we don't have that position, we're going to get a much later start on it. The second is we could still have a meeting to explain the decision. There's nothing to say that we couldn't, and I agree. I think it's worth having that to present and answer questions, which would be a third meeting, but at a more opportune time. But the third thing that I think is really important is we've already increased rates. That has already happened. It's been budgeted in for all of these agencies. We've already established a TIPA budget that I think would require 4/5 to amend that as well. So all of that, the cost has already been paid and passed on. We're only talking now that within the TIPA line item, are we actually going to hire the person or capacity to basically do the things that we said we already voted for? And though at that meeting, I know that it wasn't unanimous on the decision, I felt it was unanimous that we all wanted to move forward with the position. It was a disagreement on exactly how to pay for it. I agree with Supervisor Campbell's comments. I had a preference, but it's not the strongest preference. If we were to do it out of reserve or the contingencies, I think that'd be okay. But a no vote today doesn't change anything about the rates. It doesn't pass on anything. It doesn't then allow us to have a meeting. We can already do that. It does prevent us from taking any action for any number of months, which is, I think, an unwise decision. So it doesn't lower rates, and it doesn't change the structure for decisions at the JPA, and it doesn't prevent us from having another meeting anyways.
All right. No,
Okay, go ahead.
let me weigh in here.
I was going to make a suggestion, but
Yeah, I understand, and there's some differences of opinion perhaps on how well advertised the meeting planning sessions were set up or not. I hear both sides. But I do see, that a number of entities, members, knew enough about it for some time to be expressing concern. I don't know why they didn't show up. But I see, no reason. First of all, the comments, and Supervisor Brandon put it very aptly, the description, and we've already, approved the rate increase. If we're going to go further with this, I don't really, the sense of, well, we'll look at it down the road here a couple, 3 months. I see no reason why we can't get targeted and say, we're going to schedule another meeting within 30 days. And we're going to have those members be, well advised as to the meeting. They can show up. We can explain again further, and then come out of that, bring it back to the board, and make a decision. I don't think we need to be sitting on this for an inordinate amount of time. So if there's anything further from the board, I'll take it now. Otherwise, I want to go to the public.
I had a suggestion. So
Okay.
this is a 4/5 vote, and it sounds like we're not there. It doesn't sound like anybody's getting swayed here. I would make this suggestion. Certainly, we could have public comment on it, but I would make the suggestion that we table this for a later date, because it sounds like we're not going to get anywhere today.
Okay, so I would be in favor of doing that, but I would like to place the limitations that, we set up a meeting within 30 days. I don't see any reason why. I mean, we're meeting, understanding that there was concern. We can table it, we can bring it back, but we don't need to, wait an inordinate amount of time.
I think that's a meaningful compromise. That does give us extra time, but it does bring it back. So effectively, it sounds like what both of you are saying. It's tabling it, but for a defined period. So I would make that motion to table it for, let's say, a month, and be able to bring that back, and direct staff to have another forum with TIPA members. Though I may hold that.
Okay, and my apologies. Supervisor Kirk had a suggestion. He's about to embark on a long anticipated family vacation. So he's going to be gone for a period of time. And he suggested perhaps we could look at 45 days instead of 30.
Yeah, all I'm looking for is get everybody at the meeting. I'd like to be at that meeting if possible, just since I'm apparently the one getting bombarded with information, and move forward after that.
Okay, CEO Riggs, you have a comment?
Yes, sorry, just wanted to remind your board, we will be doing an adopted budget and we'll be bringing it to your board in September with final approval October 1st. When you do the adopted budget, your board needs 3 votes, not 4, to adopt the budget. This could be incorporated into the budget at that time if you wanted them. And that's within about that time frame. Also allows for time. More meetings. We have had meetings since that letter was sent in, and I will say that unfortunately the superintendent was not representing all of the board members for those schools, because those board members did approach staff at various times and said they did support it. So there's just some confusion going on, and we're happy to explain more. This is outside of alternative energy. We are 87% of our cap. Chicken Ranch just came on with a brand new 200-room hotel and casino. It is going to kick us over 90%, which will put a cap on everyone. Our rates will start going higher, and we have to start purchasing power and looking for that. That will take time. However, there's no reason we can't wait and just put this as part of the budget discussion in September, which gives us plenty of time for staff vacations, board vacations, conversations with the school districts, and then a further conversation. That would be September. I believe it's 17th is the first meeting in September. September 17th with seeking board approval for the adopted budget on October 1st. And if that would meet all of your desires, your direction, and we would have plenty of time to continue engaging with the members. Again, they have to show up in order to be informed. And what we find is historically, not just now, they don't show up. But we will continue trying.
So I understand and can relate to, that thought process. I don't want any misunderstanding. So just because we would have the ability to do so on a 3-2 vote, then I don't like the flavor of that, because we're sitting here today looking at a 4/5 vote. So I understand that, but I want the board to come together on this, and I think that, the board realizes that this is important. It's a good step to take, but we need to, closes out. And we can do it in the manner that CEO Riggs, said, and bring it back at that time. But I'm hoping we'll have better board support.
Can we hear from the public?
Yes,
first?
I'm going to the public right now.
Thank you.
Public comment, please.
Hello, everybody. So this is the first time I'm hearing about TPP stuff. Just a quick question. You said the rate increases already happened, correct? So the rate increases would offset the cost that would be going to the general fund in the future, correct?
Half the cost.
Half
Yes.
the cost? Okay, thank you.
Good morning again.
Thank you for having public comment on an item you plan to table. This has gone on for a considerable period of time. And to Supervisor Kirk and Half, I agree with you. I feel like I can say that I'm not stupid, and I don't appreciate some people implying that the public is stupid. This was rushed, and I haven't heard anyone from the public getting up clamoring for this to happen. And I've said repeatedly, I have an issue when you create positions and allocate salaries on the frickin' consent calendar. Anyway, I agree with the two of you. And when you come back and explain to me that here you need 4/5, but if you wait, we'll only need 3 votes, that looks even more conniving and sleazy. And when you're going before the public telling them how you need money because we don't have enough, and then you do something like this, that leaves a really bad taste in people's mouth.
Additional public comment on this matter? Okay, seeing none, back to the board. We do need to wrap this up.
So with that, I'll make a motion that we would table this to the next meeting closest to 45 days, scheduling taken into consideration. I assume it's not going to be exactly 45 days from now. And that we would have it brought back, and in between, we would direct staff to do an additional round of outreach for an in-person meeting of all the TIPA partners to be able to discuss any concerns, questions, et cetera.
Okay, I just have one question of County Council. Looking at the agenda item, can we make the motion in that manner based on how this is written?
I think that's fine.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't out of bounds here. Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon.
I'll second.
And can I add to that, that there's adequate notice given to all TPPA members, at least 2 weeks?
I think that should be
So added.
very straightforward
Thank you.
to do. Okay, so I have a motion by Supervisor Brandon, second by Supervisor Campbell, and we're looking at tabling this, bring it back as described. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstain? Okay. And let's move on to item 15. If the clerk could please read that item.
Item 15, approving a letter of support for SB 1032 Padilla Housing Finance Portfolio Restructuring Loan Forgiveness.
Supervisor Kirk.
Yes, I don't mean to be the guy who pulls two, but on this one, I mean, I need to better understand it. At a really high level, I don't understand how HCD gives out loans for affordable housing, and now we can't even afford affordable housing, so we're asking for loan forgiveness. So the whole system seems broke. I don't know if this is for individual home buyers or if this is for developers, but I was struggling trying to understand, is this something local in our community that we're forgiving some loans for? Is this a statewide thing? So I just need a little bit more information to make a better informed decision.
And I was just going to see if we had a staff member that could answer that question.
I do want to make sure that you're aware that Supervisor Brandon has been having conversations with the senator's office, and he may have some more detailed information than we do.
And
Sure.
I've been discussing this with CSAC as well. This is a CSAC-sponsored bill, so.
Okay. If I could,
I was gonna say those same things. I was gonna say that you might want to ask Supervisor Brandon. He has more information about this than I do.
sure.
Okay, so Supervisor Brandon, please.
Great, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
So the main things being it is a CSAC-sponsored bill. Our state senator, I believe, is a co-author on it. It goes to projects that were done under a financial situation that worked, but basically the costs increase and they were trapped as local governments or housing authorities into like those 55-year commitments where the numbers just didn't work. And HCD does not have the authority to be able to forgive that when the circumstances are right. So what this does is it returns some authority on a case-by-case basis to consider forgiving those loans where the financials may end up changing. Now, we do not have a lot of projects that this may apply to in our county, but we do have projects that are coming up that have been approved. There are a couple that have, okay. So we do, but we also have a couple new projects that are coming up, which this was applied to. But this was a specific request for support by CSAC. So
if we have projects coming up, do we have projects coming up that are planning to get a loan and then ask for forgiveness? Because at the end of the day, it's the taxpayers.
no, I think if in 20 years that project had issues, we would want a bill like this to have passed. It's impossible to over 55 years predict every economic circumstance. There are ones where they simply just don't work. Again, It doesn't automatically forgive it. It only gives them the option to consider forgiving it. Their interest is always going to be in having that loan paid back. But there are times when that just is not feasible.
Did you have a comment?
Well, I know of two projects that I've asked about. One was a big project here on Greenlee Road that we passed, 21, and then another one up in Peaceful Valley. They've had problems with financing because of the escalating costs of building, where they got approval and they had their partners and so forth, and then costs went up, and then they lost their partners because of, inflation. So I think this may also go to help that in the long run, but I'm not sure.
Are these affordable housing? Is this like where a developer builds 100 units and 10 of them have to be affordable housing? Is that the kind of development we're talking about?
I think so.
Yeah, I think it's any HCD affordable housing or multifamily type loan. So I assume that applies to 10 and 100 or 100 and 100. I don't know if it applies to individual HCD homes, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't mean to sound like a stick in the mud. It's just we have a real problem in California if our affordable housing units have to be loan forgiveness through government programs because inflation. Like, what do you think the rest of us are dealing with? We're all dealing with inflation. We're all dealing with groceries and everything going through the roof. And I mean, if the government can't manage government-run affordable housing programs and has to get the authority to waive their own loans because they can't afford it, it's the big 30,000 elevation picture for me is like stuff's really broke. It's way too expensive anyways to build. So anyways, I don't know. I get it, but I don't. Where's the sentiment for everybody else who's stuck with inflation? They don't get buyouts. They don't get loan forgivenesses. I guess unless you file for bankruptcy, but I'm just
say it's on the development financing. This is not somebody's individual rent being covered.
Yeah, but the developer is still they're not going to build. The developers aren't going to build stuff to lose money.
Right.
They're still making money off the development. It's the state that's mandating that they build affordable housing within that development.
Right.
Which they shouldn't be. So I don't know. I'm just struggling with it. Go ahead and take a vote. And if I'm not understanding it properly, shame on me. But I don't understand how a developer is going to get how a government program is waiving its. Where basically government is waiving its ability to waive. Well, anyways, I made my
okay.
I'm going in circles.
Yeah, we've the basic principle here is it gives the ability to do this. There's nothing that says it's just going to happen. And I hear Supervisor Half's concerns on some upcoming projects, but really whoever's developing those projects, if they got into an undesirable financial position because of costs going up, I'd much rather see them revisit that and look for alternative funding and do other things rather than saying, well, we're going to go ahead and do it, and if something goes wrong, we're going to ask for forgiveness. I don't think that's the right. They need to do their homework and be better upfront. So I will look for public comment on this item.
So if I understood you all correctly, this is on the consent calendar as a favor to CSAC. It's not something that anyone here offered to do or asked you to do. It's 10:21. You haven't even made it through your consent calendar yet. I'd kind of prefer that you discuss things that people here want, but that's just me. And what I was hearing at another meeting was that Greenlee-Kabazoot housing project was completely dead and no longer on the table. So if that's not correct, I'd appreciate it if someone would inform us.
Any additional public comment? All right, I'll bring it back to the board and look for a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve a letter of support for SB 1032.
Second.
A motion by Supervisor Brandon, a second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Oppose.
And abstains, 0. So it passes with 4-1 with Supervisor Kirk with a no vote. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back. So that'd be 22, 32, 10:37. All right, welcome back, everyone. We'll resume the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting at this time, and I will ask the clerk of the board to please read item number 16 under proclamations and commendations.
Item number 16, consideration of adopting Resolution 6624 proclaiming August 2024 to be Child Support Awareness Month for Tuolumne County.
All right, so we have some guests with us here. Good morning.
Good morning.
So welcome. Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. My name is Kim Britt, and I'm the Deputy Director for Central Sierra Child Support Agency. And with me is Julie Prado, our Executive Director, and the one that leads us to assisting families and providing support to the families in our community. So the month of August is recognized nationwide as Child Support Awareness Month. This month is the perfect time to highlight who we are, what we do, and recognize our hardworking staff. Central Sierra Child Support Agency operates under a JPA and provides child support services to Tuolumne, Amador, Calaveras, and Alpine counties. Currently, we're serving approximately 4,400 families within the 4 counties, almost half of which are here in Tuolumne County. And within those cases, we are providing services to almost 10,000 children. Last year, we increased our collections and distributions by 3% to over $11.2 million, providing more money into the homes for families. And nearly $5 million of that stayed here in Tuolumne County. About half of our caseload represents family in this county alone. However, we know that there are many more families out there that are unaware of our services or have the impression that we only provide services to certain families, such as those receiving public assistance, which is not correct. Our services are available to everybody. We have offices in 4 counties, with the main offices in Sonora and Jackson, and we have a small 28 staff that staff all of our 4 offices, as well as attend court and various outreach events throughout the counties. Not long ago, we had nearly double the amount of staff, and over the last several years, we have become more efficient and effective in the delivery of our services, and while continuing to enhance customer service to meet the needs of the community members in today's world. Central Sierra Child Support Agency receives 1/3 of its funding from the state and 2/3 from the federal government, and we do not ask for any general funds from the counties. We have had the pleasure of hiring and onboarding many new staff over the past year. Our staff receive extensive and ongoing training and are very knowledgeable about the child support program. Not only do they collect and distribute over $11 million in child support, but they also assist families in going to court, obtaining child support orders, filing various documents, making sure medical support is available for the children, and establishing paternity and parentage without any cost to the families. Something that many do not know is that our services are available to everyone, which includes mothers, fathers, grandparents, and other caretakers who need our services. Anyone can open up a case with our office by quickly and easily completing a request online by visiting our website at www.cscsa.org. You can also walk into any of our offices and request our services, or give us a call at 1-866-901-3212, speaking to a knowledgeable child support specialist who can help with all of your child support questions. We're continuously looking for ways to educate the public on our services and the benefits to the children for legally establishing parentage and paternity and assisting them throughout that process. You will find us at different community events, sharing what we do and educating the community on services available to them. In fact, we will be out at the 3rd Annual Community Roots Resource Fair next Wednesday, August 14th at the Motherlode Fairgrounds from 3 to 6 p.m., along with many other very valuable family-centered services within the community. We are here today asking that you proclaim August as Child Support Awareness Month, allowing the conversation and education about our program and the assistance provided to families to continue. I would like to especially thank Supervisor Kirk and Supervisor Goldenberg, as well as Supervisor Campbell, who either are currently or recently have sat on our board, as well as others have done in the past. We're very appreciative of your leadership and support as we continue to serve families. And we thank all of our board members for being a part of our mission to support family self-sufficiency and helping us spread awareness of the child support program. And was there anything you wanted to add, or?
Would add that we are very grateful to be here today, and we would like to actually make some more presentations throughout the year. We've just been struggling to find the right time and the right course to do that, but we're happy to be here. I'd like to thank Kim Britt for making this amazing presentation and being here with us today.
We'd be happy to have you come back and learn more, in the future. So I've asked actually Supervisor Campbell to speak for the board on this matter. And so Supervisor Campbell, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Kim, and Julie for being here. The Central Sierra Child Support Agency is one of, I think, the most productive and one of the best partnerships that Tuolumne County has with our other member counties in the Central Sierra region. And it's in large part because of you, Kim, and you, Julie, and the 28 employees that we have in the Central Sierra Child Support. It's an extremely difficult job. We have social workers and people with behavioral health that work directly for the county, and I put your vocation in that category because it's a county agency that is involved in family life and child rearing, and those are very emotional, very difficult, very challenging areas. But at the end of the day, you serve the children of our community, and to make sure that they are provided for. And looking at the way child support has changed in my youth, I remember, the term deadbeat dads, and it used to be that child support agencies were connected with the district attorney's office. And in the past decade or 15 years, that has kind of separated because it was realized that punitive approach to child support was not only was it harming families, it wasn't effective. You weren't able to have those partnerships with the fathers and the mothers and be able to ultimately get money to the children that need it. And I think that approach it's so much more effective the way that we approach it now than it was in years past. And I think that's a fantastic example of your leadership and the way that we are adapting to the world. So I'm really grateful for you to come present, and please tell us what you're up to more often. We would love to have you here, and thank you very much for your service, and please convey our deepest thanks to the employees from the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Well, thank you, Supervisor Campbell. I'm going to see if we have some public comment on this. If any member of the public would like to comment, speak on this item on our agenda, please come forward. Hello again.
I don't mean to be a public speaking hog, but I just want to say that every time I've gone to their office to share information with them, they are always very welcoming. They're very supportive. They usually ask for more. And I never hear anyone complain about the services that you offer. So I'm always very impressed with them.
Thank you for your kind words. Any additional public comment? Okay. Did you have a final closing or anything?
I again just want to thank you all. Your support and allowing us here today helps us spread that word and educate more people as to how we can help them. And it really not only benefits them, but it benefits us as well as a community.
Very good.
And we'd love for the families out there to follow us on social media. We have a Facebook and Instagram account. We would love to inform you more about our services and provides all of our contact information as well.
Very good. Well, thank you very much. We appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
So back to the board, I'd be looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Kirk, second by Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstains? Okay, it passes. Thank you very much.
Good job.
So if the clerk could please read under proclamations and commendations, item 17.
Item 17, presentation of a CMAA Impact Award regarding the Community Resilience Center projects.
Welcome.
Welcome. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Mel Frank, your GSA Director. With me today, I have the honor of introducing to you someone you might be familiar with. His name is Sean Stroman. He was our construction manager for the CRC project. And with that, we're excited about this partnership that we've had with Roblin and the rest of the team in the construction of the CRC building. It was just a phenomenal process. As a result of conclusion of the project, Sean took it upon himself to submit an application on behalf of Tuolumne County for this project, and I'll turn it over to him to explain what the award is for. So, Sean.
Thanks, Mo. Board of Supervisors, County Council, County Administrator. It's my honor and privilege to be here today to present Tuolumne County with this award, and I'll take it out of the box in a moment. But CMAA is the Construction Management Association of America. The region is from the Oregon border to below Fresno. That's the Northern California region. And every year they open up projects for a Project Achievement Award. They have various categories: buildings under 50 million, buildings over 50 million, large infrastructure projects, really it's a wide variety of projects. What makes our award unique is that it is a community impact award. And so what they did is, and the supervisors have the nomination package and application in your information packet, but this looks at what did the project specifically do for the community. As you all are aware, I feel like the CRC projects truly made an impact in the communities of Tuolumne and Groveland, but this takes that up a notch. And now it's a construction industry organization recognizing the impact that the CRC projects are providing to the community. We're very blessed. We were very blessed that we had Robert Boyer Construction as our general contractor. I mean, those guys, they're the best. And I know I'm on camera and I will say it loud and clear, but to Jesse and to Taylor and to Billy and to the entire team, Lisa, Caitlin, they're all led by Robert's leadership, and we could not have done a successful project without them. To the Lionakis team of Mike Davey and Will Sandusky, great design partners, all the trade partners that helped Boyer. For my own particular team, it was myself, assisted by Tony Gonzalez, Patrick Tabancura, and Allison Hall. It was, I can say this standing before you, that the CRC projects are truly, I've been doing construction management for 20 years, and they're the best project I have ever had. And I know I'm not supposed to say this, but I need to say this on record. The reason that they were such a successful project is because of Mo Frank's leadership. Mo Frank, at the beginning of the project, told us there can't be any egos on this project. It has to be, the focus has to be about the project and the impact that these projects are providing to both Tuolumne City and to Groveland. And it was in the middle of the pandemic, and we came together as a team, we finished them, and now industry is recognizing the impact that these projects have provided the Tuolumne County community. So give me a second. So this reads, 2024 CMAA NorCal Chapter Community Impact for the Tuolumne County Community Resiliency Centers, presented to Roebling Construction Management Services in Tuolumne County. So, and that belongs to Tuolumne County. Hopefully we can work together in the future. I don't know if we'll get a community impact award, but we certainly try. And for me personally, this award means a lot to me because I'm recognized by my peers for the impact that we made in Tuolumne County. So.
Well, great. It's wonderful. I mean, congratulations. And what Mo said, is entirely correct. It's about the project.
Yep.
Right, and leave that other stuff behind. There's always going to be a little bit. So on this case for the board, I've asked both supervisors, Kirk and Half, to speak for a couple of moments on this because they each have one of these in their district. So who wants to go first? Supervisor Half? Okay.
Sean, thanks for that presentation. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you.
So this definitely was a group effort between Roebling Construction, Lionakis, Boyer, Cox Consulting, and the County of Tuolumne. And even before that, Mo had community meetings, and for Groveland, a lot of community members spent a lot of time giving their input about what they'd like to see in this construction. So it's a product that was in the hearts and minds of the community first, and then all of you, your team, and all the other teams that I just mentioned worked together as one body to make it happen. And it gives me chills just to think about that. And I know a lot of kudos do go to Mo, because I think one of the things that I remember hearing was she did something that nobody else did before. She gave those reports on a regular basis. I think the state was even impressed with, they had pictures and diagrams, and this is where we're at. Oh, Sean, you did that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I thought it was Mo. She sent them to me. Okay, Mo sent them out, then kudos to you.
It was the team.
Well, anyway, it was a stellar project from start to finish. I made a couple of notes from some of the materials that I read through. The CRCs were constructed with long-lasting, non-combustible material. And especially where the Groveland unit is, that's really important because that's right in the heart of the forest. And I found it really remarkable to note that no heritage oaks were removed. So you had to kind of move around that. And the kind of the gem on the crown is that these CRCs, both in Tuolumne and Groveland, have become the prototype for the statewide Community Resilience Center program, something that is being, I don't think our exact buildings are being duplicated, but how we did it and so forth is being carried forth throughout the state. So, you know, Tuolumne County is not shy about being the pioneer in different endeavors. So this is just another one, another feather in our cap. So I just, all of this is just to say how brilliantly you all worked together. It was definitely noticeable. Anytime I went up there, it felt seamless, and wanted to thank you for that. I do have something else that has nothing to do with this that I will say about the Groveland CRC in my reports. And because it doesn't have anything to do with this wonderful presentation, I'll save that for later, but I do have something for later. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Cook.
I was just sitting here thinking, when the happened in Tuolumne County, I still work at the prison, but I was on their crisis response team, and we got activated. And I remember going into Tuolumne City, and granted, I grew up in Tuolumne City, going to Motherload Christian up there on the hill, and I remember walking or driving in, and it was crazy with the amount of smoke. There's thousands, I don't know if there's 5,000, 10,000 firefighters that were parked there, a ton, but it was crazy. And we dedicated, our team was there for a few days helping assist and doing things. Fast forward, this was voted on by the previous board had worked. Originally there was going to be one resiliency center. They worked, they got two. I came on board. I struggled a little bit at the beginning, but then I supported it. And now that it's built, I know the idea for these resiliency centers is if something were to happen again, have places for folks to go, and it absolutely will serve that purpose. And I go back to the room fire and I think about if that resiliency center was there during the room fire, would it have served a purpose? And yes, it absolutely would have. But what I didn't anticipate was, although it's there, because it's there, there are a lot of things specifically happening in Tuolumne City, and it's all kind of coming together. And we also have the tribe, which is next door. And because of that and some location things, there's things in the developments or in the works that is just going to make that whole downtown explode, in my opinion, in the near future. Campbell, you kind of had a little renaissance in Willow Springs. I think we're in that in Tuolumne City, but there's a lot more to come. And so when you put it all together, it is going to be great for the community. You know, my number one concern moving forward is making sure that that thing is sustainable financially, and I know we're working on it. And that's going to be one of my number one priorities. But today, this is about celebrating this, and ditto to everything that Supervisor Half. Sorry, you've been gone for so long. Out of sight, out of mind. Ditto to everything she said, but I do want to say one last thing, which you brought up, which was Boyer Construction. this board, a lot of times we deal with closed session items and we get to hear the riffraff of some of our contractors and things go back and forth. And I don't think there was one complaint that I ever heard from Boyer or from you, from the whole team. It did, to me, it seemed pretty flawless and I wasn't expecting that. So good job, Mo. Good job to you, Sean and Boyer. I think that to me is what stood out the most. When you have the locals doing the work and they're vested and they care, their reputation does come through. So thank Boyer and the whole team. Thank you, Mo. And looking forward to getting this thing steadfast and operational, but I'm really excited. I think if you were to come back here in 5 years and you see what that area is going to look like around the Resiliency Center, it's going to be pretty cool. So thank you guys.
Good.
So I just want to, in closing, I just want to say, you know, in the movement of construction projects in 2024, especially in California, is to move towards collaboration. Keep your ego at the door and focus on collaboration. And there are different models how you can entertain collaboration, whether it's design build, progressive design build, and typically on this particular project, it was awarded design bid build, and usually that goes to the lowest bidder, which I can say candidly is not always the best situation. We had zero problems whatsoever with Boyer. I mean, I could probably talk for about 4 hours about how different situations where the team came together. But I'll just leave you with this one brief story. Right after the board authorized construction, the main roof system were roof trusses, and that was at the height of the pandemic. And we were informed that there were no roof trusses available anywhere in North America. North America. I mean, I have contacts back in Quebec and Ontario and in Calgary. I was calling them to see if we could get roof trusses, and that no, it's a 48 to 96 week lead time. Well, how do you continue a construction project without a roof? You couldn't do that. So Mo called us into a meeting with Boyer and with the Lionakis team, and we came up with a plan to do some minor redesign of the roof, and we mitigated that 48 to 96 week delay to 56 days. And as a construction manager, I mean, that's pretty monumental to mitigate that. But that's just one example where we all came together for the interests of the projects. So I appreciate your time. This award belongs to the county, and I really want to thank Mo for all of her leadership.
Great, thank you very, very much. Mo, can we get a couple of words from you? You were integral in this happening.
I think one thing that has been left out that's very important is the support of your elected officials and the county administrator. The team couldn't have done it without your backing and your support. So when we did come up with some hiccups or some speed bumps, like Sean mentioned, the trust system, I always knew you had our backs, and that was so appreciative. I don't think the public understands how much, as far as for staff, that means to us, and it helps us take a picture. How much it means to us, and it really helps us do a better job. I think that oh, you guys are terrible. The most this project was so unique, and I think Supervisor Half, you hit it on the nail. How many times do we get the privilege or the honor to ask our citizens, what do you want? What do we need? What does it need to look like? It didn't start from government. It was them. This is a CRC. So what does resiliency mean to us? And what do we need to do to make ourselves more resilient? And both of the communities selected two very different goals for these facilities. for Tuolumne, it was economic development and economic resiliency. And as Supervisor Kirk said, the hope was that this building would then start other activities, other economic development in that community. For Groveland, you know, they're up on the hill, they feel very isolated, and they really wanted a place where they can come and gather and do activities and have people stop by and participate in community events. And so that was really neat. The buildings look pretty much the same, but they're serving very different functions based on the needs of those communities. So thank you very much for the honor and privilege of being able to work on this project. It's been phenomenal. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hold the award.
Sit in the back from now on.
Get rid of that bottle of stuff in front of you.
No,
there.
hand sanitizer.
Yeah. All right. So, would look for public comment on this item. Would anybody like to speak under public comment? Okay, seeing none, this was just a presentation only, so no action required, but thank you very much for all the efforts that went into this. It's incredible. All right, so moving along on the agenda here, if the clerk could please read item number 18, economic development.
Item number 18, presentation by the Sierra Business Council regarding an update on the Sierra Jobs First program.
Okay, very good. You need a moment to get set up there. Good morning.
Good morning, board. My name is Robbie Bergstrom. I am over economic development for Tuolumne County, and I am joined today by Alex Bloom and James Hansen. Both are with Motherlode Job Training and here representing the California Jobs First program. So I will turn the presentation over to them.
Thank you, Robbie. Good morning, board and staff. Pleasure to be here this morning and to share this information with you. Again, my name's Alex Bloom. I'm the Economic Development Manager for Motherlode Job Training, as well as the Central Sierra Economic Development District, and my colleague James Hampson, the Business Services Manager for Motherlode Job Training. And it is our pleasure to be here on behalf of SBC this morning to present the Sierra Jobs First project. We'll be presenting a little bit of the background of the project, where we have been, where we will be, and kind of some background on the region as well as the projects and kind of the focus of the initiative. So it is, again, our pleasure to be here and present today to you. The Sierra Jobs First project is a community-based economic development initiative. So this is a project where we have sought a lot of community engagement on the scope of the project, as well as the strategies and core issues that we've defined within this project. So you'll see that reflected within the work. So as we start, we're going to just kind of define the region, because it's an interesting region that we have. It is broad, and when I say broad, we're talking 19,000 plus square miles, so a large region. Our region encompasses Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, Tuolumne, Mariposa, but also Mono and Inyo, which are kind of very geographically different from our Motherlode region, but have very similar challenges to the rest of the Central Sierra region. So they were included for the purposes of this project. There are 13 separate regions that were defined by the state for this project. So Sierra Jobs First is just one of the 13 regions that was defined by the state. So we are kind of clustered amongst, some are much bigger, some are much smaller as far as geography goes, but we're fairly sparsely populated in this region. Our population is estimated around 200,000 people, 200,000 constituents that we are serving with this project. And again, about 10 residents per square mile But we are characterized by strong independent communities, lots of vibrant downtowns, lots of local-based economies, not a lot of corporate entities that exist in these areas, lots of small local small local businesses. So just a little bit about where we are in the planning phase and with our summary and kind of where we're at today with the strategy. So in July through December of 2023, the first draft of our regional summary was published at the end of the year last year. This was a huge document. So this was a 350-page regional summary document that was published in December of 2023. So just a little bit of light reading for those who are interested in economic development policy. In subsequent months, through community feedback from our governing council, as well as industry partners and other partners that we've brought along on this project, we refined this to a 96-page document. So this 96-page document is published, I should say, and is available for comment starting this week. So I'll get into a little bit of that later. But August 5th through August 9th, all community is encouraged to provide feedback on the current refined definition of this strategic plan. So that's kind of where we're at currently. So here's kind of a little map of, like I was saying, where we have been, where we are, and where we're planning to go. So for the past 6-7 months, we've very much been engaged in our strategic planning phase. A lot of feedback from the community has been incorporated into this strategy document. So during these past 6 months, most specifically within the past couple of months, we've done community outreach workshops in all 7 counties. So these community outreach workshops were provided with the intention of gathering the feedback from people who actually lived within these communities. I think there's a large perception that economic development is often done separately from the knowledge of the community and kind of done up high. So this goal was to get down low on the very base level, involve the community, and get feedback on our core issues and strategies. So as we did that, that kind of helped inform and refine our current strategic document. Like I said, we're currently accepting feedback on that document, and where we're moving is to our funding and project stage. So as you can see kind of on the right half of that, we have catalyst funding, which will be our first round of funding, and then implementation, which will actually happen in tandem, but the catalyst is kind of the feasibility studies, project planning, getting money into those projects to perhaps be subsequently funded by the implementation funding. To assist with these projects, Motherlode Job Training, as well as areas in Mammoth Lakes, will be holding project ideation workshops. We'll have 2 of them here in the Motherlode. They are by appointment, but we do encourage those that are seeking projects or proposing projects to come to these workshops. We'll help provide technical assistance with them, assist with collaboration, and alignment with other projects. So there's a big push for regionality. So if there are other regional projects that do align with your project, we'll help put you together with those projects to receive a better chance for funding. So here's a little diagram just about our strategic planning process. We're, I would say, about 60-70% done. So we're almost to where we're going to be able to finalize and adopt our plan and accept projects for funding. So we're through our community sector workshops, we've been through our collaborative strategy workshops, and like I said, we've kind of defined those strategies within the first document and now on to our second document. One thing that's not on here is, as of July of 24, industry sector coordinators are being sought by the Sierra Business Council. This RFP has been posted. So Sierra Business Council will be hiring up to 5 consultants to support Sierra Jobs First in the execution of the Catalyst Grant Awards. These coordinators will advise Sierra Jobs First on how to fund the $9 million that will be used in the pre-development activities, as well as provide technical assistance for grant applicants. These proposals are due pretty soon here, so if you do know someone who is interested in applying for one of these coordinator positions, they are due by August 19th. So here's a little bit of an overview for the funding. So we started, like I said, in the planning phase, which is what the result of that was that first strategic document. We were allotted about $5 million in that planning phase to get to that point. The money for this project was a result of economic restructuring post-COVID. So this money is ultimately a redirect of prior COVID funds. California received money from the federal government to do economic restructuring and planning. And this money was directed to state offices of Planning and Research, Labor and Workforce, and GoBiz, which is the Government Office of Business and Economic Development. So as you see up here, we have $14 million for the Catalyst program, $9 million for projects. $5 million was allotted for tribal initiatives, and you can kind of see that reflected in the implementation fund as well. The reason that there is a little red star there next to that implementation funding is that is sort of subject to change at this point. There have been some proposed cuts to this budget, so I would urge those of you who are in a position to power to lobby to keep this funding in place, as it will provide significant economic benefit for our area. The goal was for this project to look across California at what sorts of strategies are necessary in order to help communities restructure their economies past COVID. And I think we know that rural communities were especially hard hit by the effects of COVID. So I think this is an especially important part for our rural communities that are involved in the Sierra region. Go ahead. So before I get to the outcomes, the charge from the state in this project was to write an economic development strategy and plan that would assist the region in 3 primary objectives. So number one, and perhaps most importantly, was to create new, higher paying jobs. These are referred to as high road jobs within the Sierra Plan. So that is kind of, from my perspective in economic development, the core objective. That is number one. Number two, address some of the equity issues that emerged during COVID as rural communities were disproportionately affected by unemployment and underemployment. So speaking to the nature of these funds and the direction of these funds, this was kind of the impetus to address that as well. And then 3, aggregate the strategies into a statewide program in order to capture more state and federal funding. So this initiative is going to put money towards projects that could potentially receive more money down the line to position both Tuolumne County and the supporting counties in such a way that we will be in a good position in the future to receive other grant funds. So some examples of that would be Inflation Reduction Act funds, as well as there's $140 billion that will be coming from the federal government for infrastructure funding in California. These projects would be positioned well to receive some of that funding as well. So the outcomes that we hope to achieve, obviously increasing the number of high quality jobs with equitable access, attracting investment into disinvested communities, key industries and infrastructure, build climate resilient communities, and grow opportunities for the emerging workforce. So like I said, we're looking to promote these high road jobs that create a living wage. Too many jobs in this region don't pay enough. We're highly dependent on tourism jobs in this region, and about 45% of the total jobs in the 7-county region make $55,000 or less, which is just not a family sustaining wage in 2024. So the broad implications are to bring real family sustaining wage positions to the region. Also to build regional collaboration. This is a highly regional project and supports projects subsequently that have a regional component. And we'll get into a little bit that later. But also to build pathways for this emerging workforce, and through opportunities like Mother Lode Job Training, which has provided pathways in the healthcare and forestry sectors, but to continue our work in those areas to build pathways for people within our region to have high road jobs. So the priority sectors that drive our work, we had just talked about sustainable recreation and tourism. That is a huge part both in Tuolumne County as well as the 7-county region. Natural and working lands, obviously very important as well. Some of the examples of things that could happen with natural and working lands would be things like funding wildfire resilience, forest management, and biomass utilization. All of these things I know are key issues in Tuolumne County. Clean energy and resilience, sustainable ag, ranching, and food systems, as well as community healthcare. Community healthcare is also specifically important in this region, as our average age in the 7-county region is almost 20 years old higher than the state of California. So as our population ages, community healthcare becomes an even more important part as we move forward with this. In addition to these 5, through our community workshops, we developed actually a 6th priority industry sector, which is small business and entrepreneurship. So originally we had kind of developed the framework for these 5. Through our work with the community, we decided that small business and entrepreneurship actually needed to be its own industry sector rather than trying to broadly encompass them within these 5. So really targeting the small business component is quite important. So within these projects, funds can be used to develop projects, create strategies that address industry needs. So there's also a strong component of collaboration with this project with industry. So specifically addressing industry needs, such as through Motherlode Job Training's MHIP Collaborative, or through the Forestry Corps project that we run through Columbia College, that both specifically address industry needs and require industry collaboration. Workforce education and training programs are also examples of things that could come through these industry sectors. These would be for industries that have high-paying jobs but have a shortage of employees. So healthcare is another great example here, where there are a lot of high-paying jobs within the industry, but we have a nationwide shortage and especially a region-wide shortage within those industries as well. So here I just wanted to provide you with a little overview of the industry sectors. This kind of shows some of the issues that we're looking to address. These aren't necessarily the core issues, but these are places where projects could be formulated in order for development within this project. So I'll let you kind of look over them. I'm not going to address every single one of them, but these are just some of the areas of interest that could inform strategies and subsequent plans. Again, like I said, I think community healthcare is of paramount importance in this region. Sustainable tourism and recreation also, but I think there's an even representation here. You know, there are projects that could be of equal importance in any one of these industry sectors. So here are the core issues that were developed. These came out of our workshops. So these are the specific things that we look to address with our plans. So those are workforce development and career readiness, which I've spoken to a bit about before. Physical infrastructure. As we all know, it's kind of a chicken or the egg thing with economic development with physical infrastructure. Do you bring jobs into a place and then build out the physical infrastructure, or do you build the physical infrastructure then to be able to support new employees and careers? So this is an issue that we're addressing within this project. Social services and infrastructure, governance and land tenure, and then housing affordability and placemaking, which kind of goes along with that physical infrastructure component. Housing affordability as at an all-time high as far as importance here. There is a huge lack of affordable housing within the region. I know the board is aware of this problem, but also placemaking. Placemaking is making people feel like they have a place within a community. So having certain community resources available to people, making people want to stay to a place. So if someone comes to say, be a visiting nurse in Tuolumne County, making it feel like a comfortable place where they could actually raise their family and stay on a long-term basis. So things like that. The strategies that we're using to address these core issues are enumerated in 3. So we have collaboration, strategic investments and actions, and inclusionary pathways. So with collaboration, I've spoken to it before in this presentation, but regional collaboration amongst partners to really address these issues that affect all of our counties. You know, we have a very large geographic region, but the core issues that affect these counties are all very similar, and some may be more pertinent to others, like land tenure and management, perhaps in Mono County, and tourism here in Tuolumne County. But the broad picture is that there is a necessity for regional collaboration in order to address these issues. As far as strategic investment goes, it's really important to act strategically to align with industry, as I've talked to you before. We really want to be able to address industry needs rather than blanketing and saying, here are what the jobs needs are. Really speaking with industry and understanding what industry needs are is key to that. So acting strategically in that way. Also working with government, tribal leadership, and other partners to develop pathways to prosperity within this region. Inclusionary pathways, we've made a strong effort to include community in this project. I think I've tried to illustrate that with our community workshops and other projects, that community is really important. So being inclusionary within that is paramount of importance to this project. It's a community-centered project. We aim to include all community feedback to ensure that real life issues are addressed. This is not up high, this is down low on the ground with the community. So here's a little timeline. This kind of is a better enumeration of where we have been and where we are going. The only correction to make up here, as I spoke to earlier, that second public review period, which is noted as July 31st to August 9th, that has actually been reduced to August 5th to August 9th to this week. So please do provide feedback on that plan. It is available at the Sierra Jobs First website. I would encourage all of you to review it. I know it's still a long document at 96 pages, so if there are priority issues or areas that you would like to address, I would ask that you look at those issues and provide comments specifically on the areas that you're interested in if you don't have time to read the entire document. We received over 550 comments on our first draft, so we had a lot of great feedback that was incorporated, and somehow we were still able to narrow it down to 96 pages. So good job, Sierra Jobs First, with a little pat on our back there. So yeah, moving forward, please do provide comment this week. And then as we move forward, the other date that I would want to make you aware of is the vote by Governing Council on August 23rd. That will be for projects. And then August 29th, we actually formally submit that second strategic plan to the state of California for review. So those are kind of the important timeline dates as we move forward. Finally, just some program funding updates. As I said, there is proposed budget cuts for this program. So I would really encourage you to please lobby if you are able to on our behalf to keep these funds in our region. These are critical funds for economic development within our region, and I would really encourage you to do so if you are available to do so. The catalyst fundings, those are unchanged. That's set in stone. So the $14 million for the region with $5 million set to tribes, that is set in stone. But the subsequent implementation funding is what could be affected by the budget cuts. And then finally, the advocacy letter that SBC and the 12 other regional conveners have already submitted to the state to restore the full funding to the implementation fund. So at this time, I'd like to invite some questions from the board if you are interested in providing questions. I'll have James Hansen help me answer some questions here. But please do, in summary, please provide comment in the strategic plans in the areas that you are able to. Sierra Business Council will provide a copy of that funding advocacy letter to local agencies upon request, should you want to forward that to your representation. And then as far as Motherlode job training and CSED, we are happy to come back and provide updates on this project as we move forward. We should have some really interesting and exciting projects to report on here in the next few months. So we'd love to come back sometime in the future to give you an update. So thank you very much.
Very good, thank you. Supervisor Heft.
Yeah, thank you. Ooh, hello. Robbie, can you go back at least one slide? Maybe two. No, that one slide was it. The second to last slide. That one. Okay. My question is about the state budget cuts. Is that $50 million for all 13 regions every year for 3 years?
Correct. That's where it stands right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, additional questions from the board? Supervisor Kirk.
Looking at the math, there's 9 county, or how many counties? Seven counties, $9 million. How is the money going to be divvied up? Because I mean, half of an idea will swallow up $1 million pretty quick. So like, I see this big plan, and I feel like I need $200 million to do a lot of this stuff. The reality of it is, we're going to get a little chunk of money. So is there a plan to make that little piece of money go the farthest? Because this looks like a really big grand idea, but I just don't see granularly how it's really going to affect a lot. So.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great question. So the request for proposals will go live September 1st, right? The maximum award amount for any of these proposals is $1.5 million. Outside of that, part of the scoring rubric for where the draft RFP currently stands right now, it's in draft form, but it is available. The RFP for projects is available on sierrajobsfirst.org. But folks will then be able to put forth proposals. Those proposals will then be vetted by the project ideation or project ID committee. And then those projects will then be forwarded to the governing council to vote upon. Submitters of projects will be able to pitch to the governing board of this project their proposals. And then the board itself will vote. And so how they vote on those projects that come before them will determine what areas receive funding. But like I said, a significant portion of the points available on that RFP go to projects that serve more than one county. Some projects that, folks that have been talking about projects have been some of the K-12 and community colleges education systems to boost workforce programs that align with these priority sectors and industry needs. And then secondarily, outside of that, with the statewide initiative as it relates to the larger pot of money that's available, that's going to be competitive on the state level.
So the more funding will go towards projects that impact multiple counties.
Absolutely.
So how, if I have an idea, which is real simple that this board's heard about, with Yosemite putting in their reservation center, it's done so much damage to people to the tourism industry, and yet that affects our county, several counties around Yosemite. Has that idea been pitched as far as get the federal government to stop putting in regulations that affect our local economies? I mean, it touches everybody. All it is a simple fix. We don't need money. We just need stop doing that. There's already been a plan in place to redirect people all over Yosemite. So I have that idea. How do I get that idea to maybe be a proposal?
To make it into a proposal, you can submit an RFP, and the thing is that you can show that it has a zero budget. The biggest thing that I've seen outside of the monetary investment that's going to be made into this region is the regional collaboration. And so going back to the governance and land tenure, folks not being able to say what's really happening in their county as it relates to the economic development is shared across the entire region. So the entire region could collaborate on having a cohesive voice to the state of California. And that is something that is already in this strategic plan. But I would highly recommend to give that strategic plan a once over and see where it fits in with there. And if there's language that you want to see put into that strategic plan, add it as a public comment.
So when you say add it, you mean me, or is it through Motherload Job Training? Like, where do I get that idea floated?
Yes. So that's going to be through the Sierra Jobs First website. There's a survey that folks will complete to submit their public comments, but anyone can submit public comment. It doesn't need to necessarily come from a supervisor or an economic development person. Okay. A citizen of one of the counties could put in a comment that addresses an issue maybe that they are facing themselves.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Supervisor Brandon, questions?
Yeah, great. Thank you. A lot of this is always a good refresher. We've had, I don't even know how many meetings about this so far over the past year and a half. My question is, there were some multiple phases kind of in this. We were, I think, an early leader in introducing some ideas to the other counties, in drafting up 2-page proposals. So we had some stuff to kind of figure out, okay, this is the end goal of where we're going and where we'd like to see. Will that be coming back as a presentation on some of the things that we've compiled before the RFP is submitted? Are we expecting that to be done individually by kind of each group, or are we as a county or a district with CSEDD going to be submitting those 2-page kind of proposals?
So the two-page proposals provided insight as to what folks are thinking about as it relates to projects that they would like to see funded. The two-page proposals as it relates to those ideas for projects does not equate to an application. What it's currently being used for is to group like projects together. So folks who put in an application that resembles someone else's application or something else that they want to work on together, SBC is trying to take those folks, get them together in the same room so they can come together on a collaborative, full, completed RFP.
Okay, and so that will be on the individual submission. So this came from a number of community organizations who did a solicitation about a year ago for a variety of ideas. They would have to resubmit the whole thing according to RFP format, or we're not going to be submitting on their behalf.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Absolutely.
Supervisor Campbell, did you have a question? Okay. I don't at this time either. I'll look for public comment at this point. Would anybody like to speak as to this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for more discussion if you have more comments, and if not, we'll move forward. Supervisor Brandon, go ahead.
Great, thank you. I was only going to add that throughout a lot of these stakeholder processes, SBC has done meetings in our area. The attendance is sometimes up, sometimes down. I highly encourage reading through the strategy document and putting in comments. And I think those comments should be very strategic to what our interests are in the area. I think as mentioned geographically, there's a lot of diversity there. So we talk about recreation and sustainability. You know, we're in a spot where we have a lot of federal lands, somewhat like the east side. Not all the other muddle-load ones are in the same boat. And yet we have way more private land than a county like Inyo and Mono, where they may be more into visitor management, and we are still in the process of looking at how do we attract more and grow that economic sector. So just as an example that I think makes a lot of sense, trail development versus trying to do a don't trash, you know, et cetera kind of campaign Camp Like a Pro that's in Mono County. We've talked about, I think, placemaking, regional trail developments. That's something that may or may not be in there. If you only are dealing with 1.5% of your land for the county that's already all built out, that may be less of a concern, or it may be more land tenure with federal entities like LA Water and Power, and not so much U.S. Forest Service, Yosemite, as mentioned there. So I only wanted to encourage that. I think we still have the two-page form. If there's anybody on the board or in the public with ideas, that was a very good way to draft out the idea of roughly, you know, how does it fit into this? What's the budget look like? It's not too much time. One of the things I went through when we were having our county committees was reaching out to a number of community organizations. And I think we're looking for ones that really will leverage that funding to be sustainable and create something. Supervisor Kirk, same question has come up a lot too on it. And I'm right there with you. 9 million split between 7 counties for all of these 5/6 buckets is not going to go very far unless we've got leveraging ideas that are force multipliers that can kickstart and be the catalyst for something. And then hopefully independent of the implementation funds, whether we get it or not, because 13 regions into 270 million is also not a lot of money. We can use this as a way to access, if the climate bond passes, money there, or federal money, USDA money, stuff like that. So anyway, anybody interested in that, please do reach out. We are looking for ideas. We are looking for feedback. We are looking for more comments from the community and the board, staff, whoever it is, onto those documents.
Very good. I did have just one. Do you have a sense of, you know, on the program funding update, this slide here, do you have any sense on the chances of getting some of the funding restored? Is there any indications out there?
I have not heard a final decision or where anyone's leaning with that decision.
Okay. All right.
I think just to speak to it, as far as, you know, Supervisor Kirk, Supervisor Brandon, and Chair Goldenberg, I think the idea with the funding is that we may take a haircut on this implementation funding, but there will be other grants to come down along the lines, kind of with the other different funding opportunities that I noted within the presentation. So the hope is that even if we do take a haircut here with the implementation fund, that by having these projects in place and having them previously funded with the catalyst funding, that they'll be well set up to receive future funding as well. So just trying to put us in the best possible scenario to promote the projects.
All right. Well, very good. Well, thank you, for the update and good information, and looking forward to hearing more as it continues to move forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Board.
Thank you. Thank you, Robbie.
Okay. The clerk can please read item number 19.
Item number 19, consideration of approving amendment number 1 to the employment agreement for Quincy Yaley as the Director of the Community Development Department for a 5-year term.
Welcome.
Good morning, Karen McGettigan, Human Resources. Here this morning for your consideration of approving the employment agreement for your Community Development Director for an additional 5-year term. As noted in the memo, this is merely an extension of the term. All other terms and conditions of the original agreement remain as they were. We have been in contract with Quincy Yaley, your Community Development Director, since November 5th of 2019, and her current agreement is slated to expire September 28th of this year. The county does wish to extend this agreement for an additional 5-year term. Should you approve, the 5-year agreement would end September 28th, 2029, and Ms. Yaley would remain at the appointed salary of range 111, step 5, which is $77,456 per hour for an annual salary of $161,108.48 per year. I believe Ms. Yaley is here if you have any questions as well.
So, looking to the board first, questions? Are there any questions from board members? Not seeing any. I don't have any myself at this point. Look for public comment on this item. Item number 19. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Lorna Larson. I'm sure some of you know who I am. I'd like to address the board, madam and gentlemen of the board. I will try to be brief in coverage of a very complex issue being addressed today. Thank you for your patience as I try to work through my understanding of what you do for your constituents. I wish to thank the grand jury and the citizens that devoted their time and research to do what I've been unable to do, and their help in trying to comprehend the following. What is the purpose of the LAFCO agency? What does it really do? And who is responsible for its actions? Unfortunately, it still remains a mystery. The goals of protecting rural resources, agriculture, water, pristine nature that we all enjoy and have the privilege of having in this area always seem to be in danger and diminishing under the pressures of development, tourism, and the need for more accommodations for humanity. And that is where LAFCO theoretically is supposed to step in. It is an agency of judgment and weighing of loss versus gain.
If I can interrupt, so the specific agenda item here is concerning the
Yes, let
contract
me finish.
extension.
Okay.
So if we can keep it,
I will address this at the end.
if we can keep it focused in that
Okay.
area, please. Thank you.
In the continual war of urban advancement overrunning rural amenities, it takes a very special understanding to envision the future ramifications of decisions that affect Tuolumne County. How do we protect the properties and rights of private citizens who have managed their family ranches, farms, and open spaces for generations against a chaotic environment of undisciplined growth of cities, resorts, and recreational pursuits? I've been trying to interpret the county's vision on this, and even with the general plan as a proposed guideline, it remains a muddy, contorted view. The executive director of LAFCO, coming out of Tuolumne County staff of the Planning Department, Community Development Department, and the Economic Development Department is such a contradiction of goals and conflict of vision that my mind is having a hard time how that's a positive fit for anyone. In regards to the renewal of the 5-year contract for Ms. Quincy Yaley, please judge on the merits of success. Please recognize the obvious chaos that presently enfolds her attempts of direction. How does being Executive Director of LAFCO and Director of Planning Department, CDD, and EDD, which gives her the ability to make unbiased decisions and judgments that are not steeped in conflict of interest. Citizens of this county have the right to expect better, and is your oversight, understand, and accountability that will remedy this conflict. My point is, if you do renew her contract, I would like her removed from the Executive Director of LAFCO. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional public comment.
Well, I would just like to point out to the community that Quincy is renewing her contract with no change in her salary. And Scott Gross also renewed his contract for 5 months, or for 5 years, with no change in his salary. And that's a remarkable sacrifice on the part of these department heads who either have to work really hard or take a lot of abuse. So I think you're very foolish for not asking for more money, but as a taxpayer, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board if there's any comments. If not, be looking for a motion. Supervisor Half, go ahead.
Sorry. I'm not on the LAFCO board anymore. I was the last year. So I don't know the movement that's being made this year, but at the year's end last year, there was considerable discussion about hiring someone else to officiate the LAFCO meetings. And I think Supervisor Goldenberg, you're on that committee right now. I don't know where that stands. I would like to know if
It's unresolved at this time.
Still working through it?
It's still working through it, and there's been several times where RFPs have been put out, and there was no takers at one point, so it's in a state of flux still.
Yeah, I know there's consultants through the state that do that, but they're pretty heavily laden right now, doing that for other jurisdictions. So, okay, thank you.
Briefly, so 2 RFPs were put out. The first was for management only, director services only. There were no responses to that RFP. There was another RFP that was put out for legal services and director services. There was a response to the legal services. Again, no response for the directorship. At present, the LAFCO board is postponing a decision on whether to accept the RFP for legal services. And that's kind of where we are right now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Campbell. Right,
Yeah.
Supervisor Kirk.
My comments were, thank you, Quincy, for signing on for another 5 years. It's a lovely position, and there's lots of love in that department. So thank you for that. And just kind of what we talked about yesterday on the phone, those are the things I'm looking for moving forward. Get to yes the best we can, and some of those issues, those are things I'll be checking in with you over the next year. But thank you for your work.
Yeah, and I'll ditto that. I'm really grateful to the responsiveness, Quincy. I know that I can text you probably more often than I should sometimes, or email you or call you and get with questions, and I always get a really quick response. I feel that you have a very good pulse on what projects are going on in the community. It's very nice to be able to pick up the phone and call somebody. Hey, I heard about something going on in this neighborhood and this street, and invariably you always know exactly what I'm talking about before I even finish my sentence, and that shows that you're really attuned and plugged in to what's going on in the community. So thank you, and I think we should approve the contract.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. I think over the next 5 years, especially as we see housing issues continue to press and the need for revenue, we're going to be having a huge focus on this department. So I appreciate you renewing that contract for that 5-year period. I think there's going to be a lot of focus. There's going to be a lot of expertise needed in it to try and make sure that we're doing as much as we can to kind of right what I think we all inherited for the past, not immediate past couple decades, but where we ended up really stopping growth quite a ways ago. So anyway, thank you.
And I'll just weigh in with it. I'm appreciative of Quincy agreeing to, renew this contract for 5 years with not showing any increase. So that's good. Tough department to run, right? A lot of stuff goes on, and I think I know that every one of us as supervisors, we have issues that come up almost daily, and so we're in contact often, and it's remarkable the amount of stuff that can get processed and on Quincy's part and getting back to us. She's been very responsive, so I appreciate that. And with that, I will make the motion to approve the amendment number 1, employment agreement for Quincy Yelly as director of CDD.
I'll second that, but I wanted to make a final comment because I
I'm
just
sorry.
asked a question.
Okay, my apologies.
I really appreciate Quincy's creative problem-solving abilities. She thinks outside the box and comes up with, and her team, I'm sure, as a result, come up with some great ideas that can be implemented. And yeah, I definitely approve of her contract. She has a thankless job, and she is a target for the community when any little thing goes wrong. And sometimes those things are civil matters. They're not even governmental matters. So I would just encourage those that feel that Quincy is not doing her job to contact her personally and sit down and have a talk. I think that might help resolve a lot of angst. Thank you.
And thanks for the additional comments, and my apology for not going back to you. All right, so I have a motion by myself, seconded by Supervisor Half. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstains? Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, looking at the time, looking at our schedule here, we're going to have to hold off on item 20 until after, not only after lunch, it'll be after our 1:30 appointment. So for timing, that's unfortunate. As right now, maybe if I can look to County Council, a rough time for the closed session items that we have.
Let's say somewhere between 45 minutes to an hour with all of them.
Okay.
Supervisor Goldberg, it might be worth noting, I don't know how long the presentation is for CAL FIRE, but if we don't have questions, we might be able to knock it out in 7 minutes. But I'll let you.
Yeah, we could knock it out. As I was concerned with the amount of time to hit the closed session, then go to the 1:30 appointment.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't think ahead like you probably did, but
well, I suppose, we could go into closed session and only do some of the items and return back afterwards.
Okay.
As well. Let's
review.
Let's go ahead and move to item 20. Go ahead, clerk, read this and we'll see how time goes in.
Item 20, consideration of adopting Resolution 6724, approving the cooperative agreement with CAL FIRE for a term of fiscal year 24-25, fiscal year 26-27, in an amount not to exceed $34,794,771.
Okay,
CO
Tracy
Riggs, yes.
Riggs, County Administrator's Office. So this memo is kind of lengthy, and the reason for that is I wanted to give the history of when your board stepped in and what the state of fire services were and equipment and what that looks like today and the steps that have been taken to make the services better and to improve upon the equipment. So I will try and go through this relatively quickly, but I do think it's worth mentioning in here. When your board first came in, there were 2 fire stations, 2 county staffed fire stations. We still had the volunteer, but the full-time stations, there were 2. Station 51 in Mono Village and Station 76 in Jamestown. Your board in December of 2020 approved taking over the Amador contract from GCSD, and that's Groveland Community Services District, in order to help decrease the impact on them financially, but also in recognizing that the board wanted to play a role in that corridor for fire services. In May of 2022, a second amendment was done to eliminate the Amador station and add a full-time county fire station to be co-located within the GCSD fire station. Your board at that time noted that this was a pilot program again, and this was a commitment to the types of development that was taking place along that corridor to the community, recognizing the need. Your board used one-time funding that we had received through the CARES Act, COVID, and different types of funding in order to make this happen, and fund balance. In December of 22, your board did a third amendment to that then contract, and that was because county fire staff had applied for and was awarded a SAFER grant. For those who don't know, Jamestown actually, they became a full-time station because of a SAFER grant. That was a one-time funding that we stepped into, and we kept it going as a result of that funding. So as a result of the amendment in December of 22, we added in a second engine at Station 51 that during the day is down in the Mono, I want to say Village, but I don't think that, Mono Vista area. And then it also provided 3 years of funding for the Groveland engine and allowed for the county to enter into a cooperative agreement with Columbia as they had much needed fire services. They had been depending on a part-time station, and your board wanted to enter into an agreement to meet the need of those individuals who lived in that area. The grant provided funding also to increase staffing from 2.0 to 3.0 staffing for 2 of the stations listed above. I want to make sure that I highlight that during each of these amendments, your board was clear, making it known to staff in the community that you were utilizing one-time funds in order to meet these needs during each of these amendments, but you felt it was important, and if it saved one life, it was worth it. And I go back to Supervisor Kirk, when there was some criticism about using grant funds, you had said that if a grant saved one life, you felt like it was worth it. And you do have your fire staff here. I don't have stats in here, I'd hoped, but it was already 4 pages. If I would have started throwing stats, it would have made it longer. But your assistant fire chief would be able to tell you the number of lives and the number of medical calls that have happened as a result of your increased services in fire. Furthermore, your board took the time and the dedication to use one-time funding for other types of things like fire apparatus. And I'm not going to go through all of them, but there's a list here. Almost $5 million of one-time funding through CARES Act, LATCF, fund balance, and ARP, which was the American Rescue Plan, that your board took in order to invest in various fire apparatus. And that's everything from several Type 1, we have 5 Type 1 fire engines, as well as some water tenders and other equipment that was needed. So we're going to fast forward to this contract, the contract that's before you today. This is a 3-year contract, and I know when you see the price tag of $34 million, it seems staggering. But remember, that is for 5 full-time fire stations. That includes 47 FTEs, and also with all 5 of those engines being staffed during 24/7. Also wanted to call out, I was looking back as I had printed out all of these and was reviewing all of these memos through all of those amendments and where your board has gone from where you came in to where we are today. And you'll see in there, I had pulled out a quote from a memo that staff wrote in November of 2022. And essentially what we had said was that we all recognize that it will become fiscally challenging and possibly unsustainable in years 24-25 and 25-26, which is exactly what staff brought to your attention during this last budget. In here, it talks about specific stations, and that at that time was because those are the ones that we had most recently brought on. But I think it's important to note that at some point, if, like, say, this revenue measure does not pass, this, along with other services, will be things that we'll be talking about reducing in November. But I wanted the chance to highlight the significant work that your board and staff have taken to increase both fire services and equipment for the personnel who are doing those emergency services in our county. So with that being said, a couple things I want to mention. The 34 million, remember that's a gross amount. It actually ends up, they bill for actual, and it tends to be a bit less than that annual basis, around 10%. Also, Section 3 of the attached contract does allow for either the state or the county, should funds not be appropriated, to modify and or terminate the contract. So just because this is a 3-year contract does not mean that we cannot modify if needed, but I think it's important that we get this contract and we move it forward. The contract did end on June 30th of 2024. Historically, we bring it in about August, but I wanted also to have a chance to bring that fire financial study to you that we did during the last board meeting, just to give some frame of reference in case you had questions when this item was put on the agenda. And again, happy to answer any questions, and I know Chief Murphy is here as well if you have questions for him.
Thank you. So, to the board, questions? Supervisor Heff.
I have a question. It's not really for the board, it's for the public. So if you'll bear with me, in this memo, it talks about living within our means. And we've been living beyond our means because we've gotten grants. And our community is much better for it. All the different communities of Tuolumne County are much better off for it. And I'm sure Assistant Chief Murphy can go into further detail about how we are so much better protected. So, it begs the question, what does living within our means actually mean as it is regarding fire and protecting our community? If we were living within our means, it would mean 2 fire stations right now. And I think everybody in this room, and including on the board, knows that's not enough. Fire is a high priority, just like putting deputies on the street, which we have done. So there will be, I don't mean to sound dramatic, but there will be some big changes coming along if, for some reason, the sales tax initiative does not pass. And just, I want to put it out there, living within our means with maybe 2 fire stations could be the result of that. So I just want the public to hear that and to consider what this really means, living within our means as far as fire protection. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Move to for public comment on this item. Is there anybody who'd like to speak on item 20 regarding the Cal Fire contract? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any additional comments at this point?
Sure.
Supervisor Crook.
CEO Riggs only said half of what I said. I did say it's worth it if it saves a life. And by the way, there was an economic study done, value statistical life, if you go ahead and Google it, VSL, but they say a human life is worth about $10 million. So if we save one life, I hate to put a price tag on it, 10 million, sounds like we save more. But the other part of it was the reason why I put out money that isn't sustainable is simple, economic development. If we don't burn, we keep thriving, we keep growing, we keep living. If we burn, go check out Paradise, go look at the town, go see how they really don't even have a government. They've outsourced everything. Nobody wants to move back there. So for me, that's why I have always and will always put money towards it. This is simple. Yes to the contract. Voters will have a chance in November to fund it. If they don't fund it, this board will be around for a minute, but then there'll be a new board, and I've made it very public and very clear. If we don't get that support, that tells me that the public still does want fire, because I have the chart in my office. We did all the research years ago. They want fire, they want law enforcement, they want safety. So I will continue down that path, and there will be recommendations to support that. And it will not be a fun exercise, but I have the intestinal fortitude absolutely to do it, because I'm not going to do insanity anymore. I'm not going to put anything else back out in the budget, I'm not going to put any more ballot initiatives after this one, as long as I'm in office, whether it's 2.5 more years or if I run a third term. So that's where I'm at in my public service career, is we got to fund these priorities. We're going to continue to do it, and with or without any sort of revenue streams, I'm going to continue down that path. But I will not be listening to people complain when we go down that path. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Campbell.
I agree with the comments of my colleagues, and the two things I want people to keep in mind with respect to the sales tax measure and some of these efforts is that we have a working fire agency right now. I mean, if we could go back in time and have a blank slate and put fire stations exactly where we want to, where they would be most effective, we might put them in different areas, but we've had many discussions about this, and with the resources we have available, with the contract, we have a really effective and really good fire fighting ability in Tuolumne County. And if you don't believe me, go look at where the Gate Fire was. Go look at where the Pedro Fire was. Both of those fires, potential existential damage to the communities of Sonora, to Don Pedro, to Jamestown, and it happens every year. You won't even, probably most people won't even remember the names of those fires next year. But the amount of risk that was there, if we had not prepared and we had not invested in the kind of fire services that we have right now, those fires would be known nationwide, because we would have lost these communities that are so important to us. And I ask, if people think that this is a high number to pay, how much are you willing to pay to replace communities that have burned down, replace economic activity that we've lost? By protecting the community that we have, protecting what we have right now, and progressing, we are investing in the future instead of just rolling the dice and hoping that everything works out okay. We're in such a much better position than some of our other neighbors in the Sierra, and that is very evidenced by the results of the kind of fires that we've had in this community in the past 5 years, and how we've been able to respond to those. So we have a clear track record of efficacy of the fire services. I don't want to mess with that. And we have had a lot of discussions about this to understand where our needs are. It's very complex. There are a lot of communities. Some are closer to fire services, some are further away, but we make it work. And we work with our partner agencies and districts. So that's why I'm supportive of this. We've looked at it, I think, in a way that is responsible to the taxpayers, to make sure that they are getting the best bang for their buck. That's our job here, is to not just rubber stamp these things. And we've had hours and hours and hours of discussion, hours of meetings with our fire chief, with different members of the community, the special districts, and we arrive at the same conclusion every time, that this is the best deal for the taxpayers. It provides the services that we need, and it keeps our county from burning down. So that's why I support it. And the last thing I wanted to say is I really wanted to give a shout out to CIO Riggs on the way this memo was arranged. I really hope people in the public read this. It's relatively short for a memo about a $34 million contract, and it lays out exactly where the services go, where they needed to go. It boils down hundreds of hours of discussion into something that I think any member of the community that's at least tacitly interested in this subject would be able to understand. So please, read these materials. They're there for the public and for the board to be able to make sure that we are working for you. So anyway, good job on that, and your team.
Very good,
And
thank
the fire
you.
chief.
Supervisor Brand.
You know, in some areas, I think the challenge is you have to convince an elected body of what the priorities are and be able to go push them to get the money and make, you know, hard votes with that. What we've seen, at least the entire experience, I've been on the board and before that when I was in the audience, has been an increasing priority put on fire, forest management, 260,000 acres of forest cleared. I mean, that's the size of some counties, larger than that. Through a lot of the work happening for prevention with our Master Forest Stewardship Agreement. But at the end of the day, when a fire happens, you have to have response. And the several minutes it may take to be able to do that, you know, of locating a fire station in a different area, it really makes a difference. That too, especially in a community of seniors where 80% of the calls are medical that they're responding to. If you have a heart attack and you are 5 minutes away from a fire station versus you are 15 minutes away from a fire station, that's a big difference in mortality rate. If you are in a car accident, if you were to have any type of that response, we have seen, and I think people say, well, why should we trust the county with more funding or anything like that? Right now, what we have before us is a contract signed after, as Supervisor Campbell mentioned, a lot of lengthy discussions of analyses to prove that this is a cheaper option, it is an efficient option, to prove about response times and what we need, to show that this is the right path. And what we have before us is a contract to formalize that and to make that decision. It's not a matter of trust, it's a matter of funding what has, I think, been proven to be something that keeps people safe. Look at other areas compared to what we've had since the Rim Fire. With Butte County, the park and the campfire, I'm not sure there is an area of the county right now that hasn't had a massive fire and burned through. We haven't just been lucky since the Rim Fire, we've had very competent resources and staffing. But our risk is still proportional to our ability to respond. So in my own district, when we have a former fire district, Columbia, that is no longer able to operate, we don't get a big check all of a sudden to go be able to support that. And yet since 1992, that at least, when I was born, that's been a fire station goal for CAL FIRE and for the county going all the way back. So to Supervisor Half's point, I think that's very valid. At that point, with a district failing, with the resources we're dealing with, living within our means is probably most of these stations not being able to operate. I don't think people realize that what we expect and think of as very basic, very fundamental, is actually very expensive, very challenging to do. And that even with the decisions that are within our control, I don't think there is enough revenue to continue it. In the same capacity we've done. We had $5 million as an example in the memo, and I agree, I think it's well written, that was dropped in the county lap, right? And I think it's always easy to make fun of the county, but you know, big greedy supervisors get $5 million, right? Dropped in front, you can put it to anything. Did we put it to big statues of ourselves, right? Did we put it to a giant festival or something? No, we put $5 million into new water tenders and Type 1 engines. We seized gently used equipment from other counties and took advantage of opportunities. When I started on this board, that was one of the things that I know Supervisor Campbell particularly talked about, but was the water tenders and the engines, the million-mile engines. I remember that very clearly within the first few months. Engines breaking down to calls and then backup engines breaking down to those calls that they're trying to support. That's crazy. When we've gotten the resources that we could have put towards anything at all, we have put it towards generally fire, roads, and law enforcement. And now we're dealing with a fire fleet that is in a far better situation than what we inherited. So all to say that I think that over the past 3 years, we have made very judicious decisions as a fiduciary for the public in trying to protect that and protect everybody. But this is unsustainable. I absolutely do not regret, I think Supervisor Kirk mentioned, receiving this grant and having that safety and having this option presented to the public in the years that it's providing. But if a revenue measure in the future, if that does not pass, there's almost no doubt that there will be stations that close, and there will be cuts to services all around, and people can go haggle about what it may be or who's going to be on the board at that point and what services get protected. I've said it before, it's not who eats first, it's going to be who starves last. That's the trajectory we've been on for a lot of this stuff, and we have to be very real about that. And the communities that are benefiting, I think, from this contract too, they really need to look at what the cost is to provide that and how valuable it is to them. I think CAL FIRE's done a great job. It's not just because I like Andy. They are a really good and efficient investment. And it's been a massive boon to Columbia to have that plan in place. And I'm grateful to this board and grateful to the staff for it, but it's going to need more. So with that, I'm in support of this. I know that we can negotiate depending on what happens with November. I certainly hope that we don't have to.
All right. First of all, my fellow board members made excellent points, described the nature of where we were, what we've been able to achieve. County's been very proactive in looking after this. We certainly did it with our law enforcement community, and we started on the road a long ways, putting all the money we did into apparatus when we had it available. But the fact is that fire departments are expensive to run. It's a big business, to staff and run a fire department. And 85% of your costs, basically, or better, are in personnel. And so when you have this, constant downward flow of, less and less volunteers, that means we had fire stations that simply had no volunteers. We still have fire stations that have no volunteers. And so by being able to do the other things, even using grant funds to go from 2 to 5 fire stations, it made a huge, huge difference. We just, that the amount of progress that we made is incredible. What we need to do now is we need to keep it up. We're not there yet. It's got to be sustainable, and that's a necessity. Our public counts on it. They deserve it, and we should provide that. Time will tell, what happens with the tax measure. And even with the tax measure, we're still fighting not having quite enough to take care of all the needs that we're looking at between law enforcement and fire and roads, much less many other things in the county. But, if the tax measure does not pass in the future, then as a board, we'll have to make some very tough decisions, because you have to be able to have money in the bank to, keep the department running. So I'm very much in support of continuing and moving with this contract, and we'll look for a motion.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Oh, did we? Yeah,
I did public comment earlier.
After questions.
Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. I had Supervisor Brandon made the motion. Who seconded?
I did.
Okay, Supervisor
So
Campbell.
we did do public comment? Did
Yes, we did, after questions.
anybody
Yeah.
speak?
No, nobody stepped up. Okay, so I've got a first and a second, and we'll call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstains? So the carries forward on the keeping the cooperative agreement going as indicated. Okay, so now looking at the time. What we're going to do is we're going to break for lunch at this time. We'll return back at 1:30 for a 1:30 appointment. We have a guest coming online. And then after the 1:30 appointment, we'll do the closed session items. When we get into closed session, I want to make sure that one or two items are covered first in the interest of time, looking at schedules here. All right, so we will return at 1:30. All right, welcome back, everyone. We'll continue with the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors meeting, August 6th, and we have our next agenda item. Before we jump onto the agenda item, I made a little statement just before we broke for lunch that we were going to do this presentation and then go into closed session, but we do have one other item, which is item 25 still, that we'll hear after the insurance presentation, and then we'll do that before going into closed session. So just so everybody's aware. And if I can please get the board clerk to read our 1:30 p.m. appointment.
1:30 p.m. California Department of Insurance presentation on the California Sustainable Insurance Strategy, SIS.
All right, great. So we have a guest from the Insurance Commissioner's Office that kindly traveled down here to be with us today. Thank you very much for doing so. And we'll let you jump right in.
Okay, my mic's on. All right,
Okay.
so good afternoon. My name is Mary Beth Bykowski, and I serve as a Northern California Outreach Analyst at the California Department of Insurance. Today, I'm going to give you updates on the insurance market, but first, I'm going to give you a brief overview of the department, which we refer to as CDI. CDI is the largest state consumer protection agency in the United States. California is the largest insurance market in the country and the third or fourth largest insurance market in the world. In 1988, as a result of Prop 103, the California Insurance Commissioner became an elected office, and the current commissioner is Ricardo Lara. The department uses its authority to protect Californians from excessive, inadequate, or unfairly discriminatory rates. We make sure that the insurance companies have enough funds to pay your claims. We set the standards for the agents and broker licensing. We perform market conduct reviews of insurance companies to ensure they are compliant and in good standing. And we resolve consumer complaints. And lastly, we investigate and prosecute insurance fraud.
And Mary Beth, if I can interrupt for one quick moment. For my fellow board members and the public and staff listening, we, through our Fire Safety Advisory Committee, did have a presentation by Mary Beth at our last meeting, and we asked a number of questions, and I did want to give Supervisor Campbell, as chair of the committee, and give him an opportunity to just give a little lead in before you actually start here.
You know, I was thinking about that, Chair, and a lot of what I had to say was more recommendations from our committee.
Okay.
So it would probably be better for the board to hear the presentation first, and then I can share those recommendations.
Sure.
If that's okay with you.
Yep, that sounds fine to me. Thank you. And
Okay.
sorry for the interruption.
No problem.
Yeah.
However, the one thing we cannot do is require or compel insurance companies to sell insurance to any particular individual or community. Oops, sorry, I skipped one. Okay, so let's talk about where we are today. We're all aware of the stress on the insurance market right now that was created by natural disasters and global inflation. This is just not happening here, but every state is experiencing these factors. The increased cost of rebuilding, the labor shortage, reinsurance is harder to find and cost more. As we've seen, as the risk has increased, the insurance companies are protecting their obligations to current consumers and limiting new business and pulling back even further. Even though many insurance companies are currently still selling homeowners insurance in certain markets, 12 insurance groups control 85% of the California insurance market. So think about that. If one major insurance company is greatly impacted, right, if they have major losses, that's going to trickle down throughout the whole state. And since 2022, 7 of those top 12 insurance groups have paused or restricted business despite rate increases that have been approved or pending with CDI. And I'm sure you are aware of State Farm. They non-renewed 30,000 policies within certain zip codes this summer. So clearly, the problem is complex and global in nature, and it's affecting all of us, and it cannot be solved by just increasing prices alone. Over the past 10 years, the insurance companies have done far worse in California than nationally. During those years, California experienced 9 of the 10 most devastating wildfires in our state's history, and I understand the Park Fire is up on the top 10 list now as well. As a result, we are faced with a tough question. Can consumers get the insurance they need? And unfortunately, today in certain markets, the answer is generally no. So how did we get here? The FAIR Plan has doubled to more than 3% of the market, becoming the insurer of first resort for many Californians and not the last resort as it was designed to be. As many of you know, the FAIR Plan, it is not a state agency. It is run and funded by the insurance companies. The FAIR Plan policyholders are required to pay more for less. The FAIR Plan only covers fire, lightning, smoke, and internal explosions. So homeowners also purchase a difference in conditions policy to make up the difference in the lack of coverage of a regular homeowner's policy. So as a direct result of this growing risk concentration in California, the credit rating agency AM Best has downgraded outlooks for top 12 companies like State Farm, AAA, and Mercury. The fact that State Farm is non-renewing approximately 30,000 policies, that raised serious questions about its financial situation, questions that the company must answer to regulators. CDI deals with companies that are national and multinational in scale, and to be effective for Californians, we joined forces with other states so we can understand the basis for their decisions and how they plan to recover financially. In this particular situation, we've been working with the State Farm's home state of Illinois to get a full picture of its financial condition and plan for improvement. We need to be confident in their strategy moving forward to live up to its obligations to its California customers. So one misconception, though, when insurance companies pause or restrict new business is that consumers will be dropped immediately and left without coverage. But that's not true. You have time to explore your options. You now are given 75 days notice of a non-renewal notice. Okay, so there is those 75 days that people have to take advantage of. Prices have increased nationally. We need to try to get back to a point where insurance companies are once again competing for your business here in the state of California to drive the cost down. We still have lower rates than Texas and Florida, and I believe also Colorado. We are right in the middle nationally, but risk continues to increase to the point where insurance is becoming unaffordable for some, and we do recognize that at the department. But unfortunately, unlike public utilities, which are required to provide coverage to all residents and businesses, under Prop 103, insurance companies can legally refuse to write insurance unless they are able to meet 100% of consumers' claims, cover their expenses, and earn a fair return. So everyone is harmed if an insurance company goes insolvent because it cannot pay its claims, and we want to make sure that does not happen. So in an effort to reduce the risk of major losses in the industry, the department introduced the Safer from Wildfires framework. Most of you have heard about this, but I will provide a high-level overview. It's a 3-step system to protect your home, your surroundings, and the community, which in turn provides consumers with discounts and transparency about your risk rating. Under this regulation, we expect to see more businesses, homeowners, and communities make investments in wildfire safety, and we have been seeing that. Greater community resilience, reduced losses from wildfires, and more insurance coverage for mitigated properties. So this regulation attacks the root cause of non-renewals, which is the wildfire risk, and it will make California safer. Step 1 is pretty straightforward. Your Class A fire-rated roof, your 5-foot ember-resistant zone around the structure, your enclosed eaves, fire-resistant vents, multi-pane windows or shutters that close, and a minimum of 6 inches of non-combustible vertical clearance at the bottom of the exterior surface of the structure. Step 2 is protecting the immediate surroundings. So make sure you clear the vegetation and debris from under your decks and move all movable combustible materials from within 5 feet of the building being evaluated, that's your structure, and remove all combustible structures, sheds, and other outbuildings from the immediate surroundings of the home to at least a distance of 30 feet. If you don't have 30 feet, you're supposed to put everything as far away from your home as possible. And of course, trim your trees, remove your brush in compliance with state and local ordinances. And finally, step 3 is an effort to obtain a community-level mitigation designation. This usually involves at least one, if not more, local government agencies, such as Firewise USA or the Fire Risk Reduction Community by the Board of Forestry. That's a pretty new organization that started just over 2 years ago now. It began in the LA area, and all of Los Angeles is now an FRRC community. So when you do the mitigation steps, your insurance company will provide you with a discount. The California Fair Plan began offering insurance discounts on August 23rd of last year, and CDI is working to continue approving the other companies. The rate filings are public on our website. We're very transparent about that. I can tell you that for personal lines, there have been over 70 filing approvals from 47 different insurance companies, and for commercial lines, there have been over 130 filing approvals from 83 different insurance companies. The FAIR Plan has offered a 10% discounts on policies in participating Firewise communities since May of 2018. And now they are offering 2 more wildfire hardening discounts, one for protecting the structure and another for protecting the immediate surroundings of the dwelling. When applied, these discounts will reduce the wildfire portion of the policy's premium by 10% and 5% respectively, up to a total of 14.5%. Homeowners should contact their broker to find out how to qualify and when they will receive a discount. Additionally, CDI and the California Fair Plan reached an agreement to increase the insurance commercial coverage limit to $20 million per location. And they recently agreed to a $20 million structure increase. So that's something new. So it used to be HOAs can be insured for up to $20 million, and that wasn't good enough for some HOAs, especially I've been up in Kirkwood, and that didn't cover hardly anything at all. So now it's $20 million per building. That just was approved. So this addresses the greater needs for additional coverage for recreational youth camps, HOAs, wineries, agricultural groups, etc. And the business owners policy also increased to $20 million last year. Another important aspect of the Safer from Wildfire regulation is that while traveling through the state, when the commissioner first was elected, we sent our group out, we realized that people did not know that the insurance companies assign a risk score to their homes or business. So it's important to get that score, because if you know about the risk and how you're being rated, you know what mitigation steps you could take to help bring that risk down. So this new regulation requires the insurance companies now to give you that score, and they have to tell you how they created that score and what factors went into it. This risk score or classification must be provided to you at the following times: within 15 days of when you apply for new policy, at least 45 days before you renew a policy, at least 75 days before you are non-renewed, and within 30 days of when you complete new mitigation on your property and request a revised score. And lastly, the regulation for the first time gives you the right to appeal, and if you're not satisfied with their response, you can contact CDI and fill out a request for assistance. So last September, the governor reached out to Commissioner Lara to expedite another package of regulatory solutions. CDI introduced the California Sustainable Insurance Strategy. We refer to that as SIS. It's a comprehensive plan to modernize our insurance market. Here are the executive actions we are taking. We will increase availability of insurance in wildfire distressed areas. Using our prior approval rate authority, insurance companies will write no less than 85% of homes and businesses in wildfire distressed areas. This is a historic agreement between the department and insurance companies. This will reverse the trend of a grow and fair plan and close the insurance gap. The department will define these distressed areas using a data-driven approach. The second important goal is to return fair plan policyholders back to traditional service, with first priority given to hardened homes and businesses following the Safer from Wildfires framework. The next important element directly addresses the climate crisis. The department introduced the use of forward-looking catastrophe modeling, which prioritizes wildfire safety, mitigation, and transparency. Looking only to the past did not recognize the massive investments in wildfire safety being made by our state and local governments, public and private utilities, and homeowners. This regulation has four important benefits for consumers. The first is more reliable rates. Insurance consumers will have more sustainable costs than under the current regulations. The second consumer benefit is greater availability of insurance. Companies will increase their writing because they can better anticipate future losses rather than non-renewing higher risk policyholders or pausing writing altogether. The third consumer benefit is safer communities. The CAT models can capture the benefit of the wildfire mitigation, encouraging and rewarding those efforts. And the final benefit is stronger oversight by the Department of Insurance's experts. Models already being widely used by insurance companies outside of rate making and across the nation. The department will have access to these models, so California continues to lead on consumer protection. And we have already received notice from Allstate when they participated. One of the executives was on one of our workshops. He stated that once the regulation occurs, Allstate will start writing policies in California again. Another important element of stabilizing the marketplace in the face of climate change, we are also exploring allowing California-only reinsurance cost. Reinsurance is a tool that many insurance companies are using to manage their climate risk and continue writing policies. We want to underscore, though, that Californians would not pay the cost of hurricanes, fires, floods across the nation and around the world. And under this agreement, companies wishing to use these new risk assessment tools must agree to increase and maintain their writing in the wildfire distressed areas of the state. That's the 85% requirement we talked about, increasing writing and removing people from the FAIR plan. And just for this slide here, there's a little map. So the light colored areas, those are the high areas of concentration here in California, the distressed areas. And this slide here tells you how the insurance companies will be writing the 85%, and then the small and regional companies will have to increase by 5%. Commercial, 5% as well. Okay, and also on our website, we have lots of tools to help people who have lost their insurance find it. You can click on all those little buttons. They'll do things like bring you to every insurance company that is writing in California. We list the 800 number for everyone. We suggest that people go outside of their area, make sure that the agent that they're working on don't just represent 2 or 3 different companies, because certain agents spread a wide net. So the more agents you work with, the more information the more insurance companies you'll be able to reach. And we also find, I know a couple insurance companies, an agent will only get 1 or 2 policies to write per month. I've met a couple people after I've said this where they've said, hey, I got the lucky ticket, I kept calling, and I got insured today and off the FAIR plan. So it is difficult, it is time consuming, we understand that, but we're hoping this next strategy will help alleviate that. So if there's any questions or you want to file a complaint, we have an 800 number. The 800 number is manned by our compliance officers. So if a homeowner comes to me when I'm out speaking or tabling at an event and they have a specific question, I'm not allowed to answer that. They have to talk to a compliance officer. They're the only ones that can actually look into somebody's personal insurance policy and get into the nitty-gritty. If they want to, they can fill out that request for assistance, and then the compliance officer pretty much acts like their advocate and make sure that all regulations were followed, and to see if there was any discrepancy in the laws or the regulations to help with that. And that's the end of the presentation.
Alrighty. Thank you. The way we're going to proceed here, just so you know, Mary Beth, is that we will first take questions from the board members. Upon the conclusion of those questions, I'll open it up to public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board for additional comments and discussion. So at this point, who would like to go first? Supervisor Haff, go ahead.
So thank you for your presentation. I had a question about it. The slide that starts with the heading California Sustainable Insurance Strategy. Can you go to that? Just a couple back, I think, from there. That's it. Okay. When is this going to be put into effect?
We are expecting our end of it to be done by December of this year, because there's still things that we're working on. We're still, debating on the CAT modeling, the types, who we're going to allow to perform those CAT models. We have workshops that we've had 3 or 4 workshops now about CAT modeling. We have workshops coming up about the rates and regulations, and also about reinsurance. So all of that is still being worked on. Okay, and then from there, the insurance companies once again have to submit rate filings to us. Now, I know once we did the Safer from Wildfire regulation, we still have not completed all of that new regulation, all of the new rates. So that's been a long process. And we realized that, and the governors realized that. So last year, they gave us more money to hire. So we've hired more people to help with these rate regulations. This is very mathematical. A lot of actuaries, they don't always want to come work for the state, right? They go work into private industry. But we've really amped that up. So that's a main priority for us. On the other side of the coin, we're also expecting the insurance companies now, when they come with us with a packet, to have it complete, because it's often been a process of communication where it could be 9 months before we get a complete package. So that's the date's going to start from, the clock ticking on what we are going to do when we complete a complete package, when we receive one. Now, the fact that we are such a large insurance market, if we do bring the risk down and we work with them with their CAT modeling and give them a little bit what what they want, we'll have more insurers coming back, because they were making a lot of money here because of just of our population size, right? So right now we have 2 problems: the availability and the affordability. This will definitely tackle the availability, bringing people back. The affordability is not really going to drop enough until the risk comes down. But we are making headway, I believe, right? There's a lot more going on. I think I said this at our last meeting, and then the fire popped up earlier that day, and everybody said I was hexing them. But we have had less fires these last 3 years. There haven't been as much losses. Unfortunately, the park fire was caused by somebody throwing a burning car down a ravine, right? But I think we have made some headway. There's a lot of AI being used now in the forest. I suspect it's here. I know it is in El Dorado County. So these cameras can pick up smoke that you can't see in the naked eye, and then it's going direct. Their local fire departments are being directly notified. So we are doing things.
Okay, so my original question was, when are you going to be able to implement this? So this requires the insurance companies to answer a bunch of questions to the state before you can implement it, right?
They have to submit new rate filings, so they're
New
gonna
rate
have to go back. So it won't be till the end, the best case scenario would be the end of 2025.
Oh, you just said at the end of 24.
That's our end of it. We're still working on the regulation. Regulations normally take a number of years to get through.
Yeah.
The governor did make things a little easier for us. They probably took a year off of that. It's
Okay.
just our, we have to give notice, we have to have the workshops, we have to have this and that.
Right, that's a long haul.
Yeah.
So, and you had said in your presentation that Allstate will start writing policies again. So you're talking about at the end of 25, maybe 26.
I don't know if Allstate, well,
You said that once
That's true.
you do these things, Allstate said that they'd come back.
right, yes.
So we're talking about 26?
I'm not quite sure when Allstate, they may be ramping up already, to tell you the truth, because they know what's coming.
Okay. All right.
I don't want to promise early. I'm
Right.
better off telling you,
Right.
worst case scenario.
It's good for the public to know that this is a very prolonged process and that you have your job to do and that the insurance carriers have their job to do, but it's not going to be an easy or a quick fix.
Right.
Okay. And then my other question has to do, well, actually, I've got two other questions. I'll ask this one first. I had made sure that you knew that this two-paged policy is from the Rural Counties Representative of California. It was their ad hoc committee that made these policy considerations for Commissioner Lara and his office to consider, and you said you hadn't seen it, so I'm not going to ask you pointed questions about it, but I'm concerned because the rural counties are very hard hit. They're least able to handle the load that this puts on their constituents, and it's concerning to know that 40 counties, the rural counties, approved this policy statement and nothing has been done from the commissioner's office to address some of these. And some of these are pretty important. I'm just going to point out a couple. The one kind of in the middle of the page that says RCRC supports oversight by the Office of the California Insurance Commissioner on all insurance risk modeling, including the establishment and use of individual proprietary catastrophic models by insurance providers. RCRC supports information sharing from risk models with communities so that they can respond with appropriate mitigation efforts. Now, you had said something about they have to share the score that they now come up with the insurance. That's new. That's new to me.
Yeah.
Because before, all we were told where was this black box strategy where nobody got to know, there was no transparency. Nobody got to know how the insurance companies calculated anything, and it was a big mystery.
Yeah. So that was a year ago. So
Okay.
I know when it first happened, I called up my insurance company. I said, hey, what's my wildfire risk score? They didn't know what I was talking about because it was all pretty new. But within an hour, they told me, blah, 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 whatever. So now I was just renewed again. And it's on page 9 or 11 of my policy. And they broke it down. And they told me what company they used, what risk model they used, and if I had any questions to give them a call. But I had a fairly good risk score. So that is there. And if you don't get it, you tell them they have to give it to you. And then if you still don't get it, call our department.
Okay.
Because we don't know about what's going on unless, well, we started learning a lot once the commissioner was elected because we weren't going out there speaking to the public at all, right? So once we spread out throughout the state, we were hearing things and bringing it back to him. But it even helps more if you call the hotline because that's documented. And then the more information we hear from the public, the more power we have to go back to them and say, well, this is happening and that's happened with real data.
Okay, maybe it's better now. I know when you first offered the hotline, when he was making the circuit and coming and speaking here, people, at least people in Tuolumne County, were not getting answers from that hotline. It was very frustrating for
Well,
for
the
them.
only, even if our heart breaks, we can only follow the regulation.
Right.
That's the problem. So that's why the mitigation is so important.
Right, and that leads me to the second page because it addresses wildfire mitigation measures. And it says RCRC supports a collaborative approach between the state, insurance providers, and policyholders to develop a comprehensive program encouraging insurers to write policies in high wildfire risk areas where community wildfire risk mitigation programs meet agreed upon standards. And you have something about that in here with the CAT models, but it goes on to say this approach should use the best available wildfire mitigation science and wildfire risk modeling to determine mitigation strategies for homeowners. So you're still in the process of coming up with agreements as to what those measures are. Is that my
As
understanding
far as
is
the risk
correct?
modeling, yeah, because the big debate is a lot of people. I'm a homeowner. You want transparency, but the risk model companies out there, they're not going to give you their special sauce, right?
Yeah.
That's proprietary, and they refuse to do it. We've talked about having some of the universities here in California, right? We've got a lot of smart people here at Caltech. We've got Stanford, Berkeley. Could something be created from one of those institutions that, or a scientist will, could help us? But I assume that there'd be a lot of work into this, and I imagine creating a model, no matter how smart you are, is going to take time as well, right? But these companies have been writing these models, throughout the other states. Or not
Okay.
writing the models, using the models throughout the other states.
Well, unless we know what the models are, we can't, insurance company, like the next point is RCRC supports policies that require insurers to offer rate reductions to homeowners that implement specified home hardening and defensible space mitigations to improve the wildfire resilience of their homes. And it goes on to say RCRC supports extensive outreach by the Department of Insurance and other relevant state departments and agencies to educate property owners on the new requirements and available insurance discounts upon implementations of new regulations. It looks like you're headed in that direction to some extent with the insurance companies and their risk modelers, but homeowners deserve to know what they need to do in order to mitigate their risk so that they can get better rates.
Yeah, well, that's what Safer from Wildfires regulation is supposed to do. But I have to be honest, the discounts have been very small. So a lot of people have done them all, and it wasn't worth the money that they put into it. But it will be. And if nothing else, your home is more likely to survive a fire. So I think, and once that spreads, we will be safer.
So my last question is the big elephant in the room. We have been getting cancellations since actually 2012.
Wow.
Before the Rim Fire, which was in 2013. Tuolumne County, I don't know if you handed this out or somebody else did. It looks like the state of, this must be you.
Yeah.
The state of California, we are the number one on that list as far as distressed counties. And I know we're number one in terms of percentage of the population. I think maybe Los Angeles County is number one in terms of sheer numbers,
Yeah.
but we are at the top of the heap. And we've been experiencing this since 2012. And our county, besides having, I don't know how many of the, the wildfire for the, God, I can never think of it. The name of the group, like I'm in that neighborhood.
Your Fire Safe Council or your Firewise?
Firewise, thank you.
Okay.
The Firewise community. We have a bazillion Firewise communities now. So at the private level, we're doing lots of stuff, but at the county level, we are like far beyond many other counties in all the mitigation work we're doing. The Serral projects, I don't know if you've heard about those, but we are protecting our communities by all the work that we're doing, yet we're not reaping any of the benefits. And it's very frustrating to, as my colleagues will tell you here on the dais, to represent Tuolumne County and feel like we're impotent.
Mhm.
So what would you suggest we do to help move this along?
Well, you can't really move the regulation along, right? Because we know we're boxed into certain regulations, but just keep doing what you're doing, because if you're really doing all of that work, then the CAP modeling should be able to show that. And I know that the state's been putting a lot of, I think, governor's office put over $2 billion into the forest and such, and the federal land should be doing
Right,
that as
right.
well. I don't know if they are.
We have a lot of public land, 77%. We're doing a lot of work
Right.
there.
But, there's a lot of forest here in California, so it's not something that can be done overnight.
Right, but what I'm asking for,
Mhm.
maybe I should just be more specific,
Mhm.
is how can we at the local level, like from Tuolumne County, be involved in some of this to really give examples of what needs to be done? So when you're working on this strategy from your office and working with the insurance companies, how can we have a representative there with you? Tuolumne County, have a representative there to help in this process, to give great examples, paint a picture, and help move this along. That's what I'm asking.
Well, I don't know I don't know what to say about that besides just working with your government. I don't know if Dana's here today. He was going to come. Working with your Senator Alvarado Gil is,
Mhm.
she's on the insurance committee. Do you listen to their insurance committee meetings? They're pretty interesting. If you haven't ever done that, and the Assembly Committee has an insurance committee. They meet regularly. Whether you're going to get an insurance company to come in, and I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, we give them the feedback. We hear this up and down the state. This isn't just the other area. You saw the map with all the light blue, and even the parts that aren't light blue, they're having problems. So they know and we know. And this is nonstop. I'm also, most of my territory is in the Bay Area, on the peninsula. That's all they talk about. I go to meetings where they're with the state senators and the assembly members. We host town halls. They're all working on something. And the best, I think Alvarado Gills would be probably the best office to talk to as far as what may be coming down the line. But there's so many different ideas that until they're actually in writing, you hate to put ideas out there that aren't going to, happen. And even on the federal level, it's happening as well.
Okay, I've been asking questions long enough.
That's
I'll
okay.
defer to my other colleagues to.
Supervisor Cook.
I have a couple questions from somebody who's in the insurance world, but before I do that, how long have you been with the insurance commissioner's office?
9 years.
Okay.
And not in the same kind of role.
Sure. So to her sentiment, like, this is business, right? Don't take it personal.
Mhm.
But I'm kind of like checking out. Like, to me, this is all blah, 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 blah. We've been kicking and screaming forever trying to get freaking help on this issue. Supervisor Brendan and I were in a meeting 9 months ago, a year ago. Ricardo Laura promised that by the end of this year, 85% of us would be off the FAIR plan. Now I'm hearing that, no, we'll be done with our part of pushing that, but then it's going to be another year or two. And it's just like, you know what? Maybe it's just time to pack up and sell and get the hell out of California, because my insurance used to be $1,700. Now I'm pushing $8,000. I can't put money aside for my kids' college fund anymore. I'm working 2 jobs. Okay? I'm a college graduate. I have a great career outside of here. How the hell are people in our community making it? I don't know. But I do know all my friends are leaving. All my retired friends, people I know, are leaving. And the number one issue is fire insurance. And until Ricardo Laura gets his head out of his ass and everybody around him and the governor and realizes that this has been the biggest thing for a decade. This is pathetic how slow things are moving. I mean, and again, this isn't personal on you. I'm saying something needs to be relayed at a much spectacular level than, oh, we're working on it, we know it all sucks. It's like, dude, our number one issue in California is housing. This isn't helping it. Like, look at the whole picture and figure it out. We should stop everything we're doing and focus wholeheartedly on 4 issues. We don't have an insurance issue. We have a problem with our forest burning. And until we put those fires out, this issue is not going to go away. Because I could care less if 85% of us go onto a fair market or go onto a plan that's not the fair plan, because guess what? It's still going to be unaffordable. 14% is crap. 14% on $8,000 is $840. What's $840 in the grand scheme of things when it used to be $1,700? Now it's $8,000. Like, all I really want you to do is to go back to Ricardo's office and say, nobody cares about any of this. It's not being fixed fast enough. And until they take it seriously and they put some fire behind this, literal fire behind people's asses, where I hope to God that guy gets voted out of office, because this is pathetic. And our constituents are fed up with it. They've gone deaf. They don't care what you have to say. They don't care what Ricardo Lara's office has to say. They don't care because we felt so abandoned for so long. You came to Tuolumne County and you're surprised that we're doing all this home hardening. I really do wish you did a little bit more research on what we've done. We are the catalyst. We are the #1 model in the state of California for managing our forest correctly. We literally, Mary Beth, we literally have a horseshoe around Tuolumne County where we've done fire mitigation work. We have the Cerro 2.0. We're going to have $100 million worth of work done in our forests. I think 50 million now, 50 million in the future. Knock on wood, you can't burn Tuolumne County down with the mega fire anymore because of all the work we've done, all the home hardening. And home hardening is a joke. I built my house out of concrete. I have a metal roof. I've done everything right. I've gone to the ombudsman. I've gone to Ricardo Lara's office. I said, you can't burn my house down, but yet you've jacked my rates up 600-700%. Where is the incentive for anybody to do any of this work? There is no incentive. There's SB 952. Was Ricardo Lara's office supporting that because it was going to give tax credits to people to do the work? But we can't get any love on that Senate bill to give people the money to actually do the work. And the people who can actually do the work are the ones who need that tax credit, because somebody who works at Walmart can't afford it. People who are millionaires can afford it. The middle class in between who need that tax incentive, they need it. We can't afford it, and it's a waste of money to try and put $50,000 or $60,000, because in 4 or 5 years that's going to be eaten up by the market anyways by paying your insurance plan. So I have questions from insurance agents. I have a lot of things on here, but I think all I want you to walk away with, and this isn't personal, is this is all ridiculous. It's been way too long coming. I have zero faith in the process. I have zero faith that this is going to be done by 2025, 2026, because Ricardo Lara told Supervisor Campbell or Brandon and myself in a meeting, you'll be good to go by November, December of 2024. And now I'm hearing it's probably going to be another year or two, which in government scheme of things, that means 4 more years. So,
And that was SIS, he said that?
huh?
Was it SIS he was talking about, or
I don't know.
Safer
He
from
said that by
Wildfires?
the end of this year, 85% of us will be eligible to get off the fair plan. That's not going to happen. How many times is that guy going to open up his mouth and speak half truths? Thank God. Maybe I'll run. I know nothing about insurance, but I think I could do a better job than him, because this is ridiculous. So I hope Laura's office is watching this. I hope anybody running for the insurance commissioner's office is running this. You know what? Just don't let any of these 12 providers come in California and do life insurance or auto insurance or any of that. I bet you by then they'll be okay with taking a loss. I don't know, but I've just like almost completely given up in faith that like if we want to accomplish anything in government, like people literally have to die and the world has to fall apart for us to do something. And it's so sad. Let's like focus on 4 issues and just get them done.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. Unfortunately, it seems like people dying and losing their homes actually hasn't been enough of a motivation to actually address this. I mean, looking at it in particular, I agree with my colleagues' comments. There's been a lot of bluster from the insurance commissioner. I have absolutely zero faith in what he says, because at that meeting, the exact same thing here was presented with timelines and we're fixing everything, but recognizing the fact that he started out as staff for leaders in the legislature, and then he was elected to the legislature for 8 years in both bodies, 2010 to 2018, and then he's been the insurance commissioner for 6 years. So he came in with immense legislative relationships, experience, and has been utterly unable to do anything until the governor went and chastised him last year in an executive order in the Department of Insurance, saying that in an executive order, he basically needs to take practical steps. This was 5 years into his term. This is after he had been reelected in 2022.
Okay, you're talking about what's this SIS?
The governor's order? The governor's order was when all of the companies were pulling out of the state on his watch, and the governor said that Commissioner Lara, one of his fellow execs, needs to handle it, his shit, to speak frankly. And it was in 2023 that was released.
Okay, because you do know that this SIS was the legislature tried to get this
Can we
passed in the fall.
not use acronyms too, SIS?
Yeah, the
Sustainable insurance.
sustainable insurance strategy, and what this regulation will do is what the legislature tried to get passed in the fall, and it fell through at the last moment. That's when the a governor contacted the commissioner and said, we need a regulation now. Of course, if it got voted in, the legislature passed it, it would have been done.
Yeah, but this is the third legislative cycle since he got elected, and he has an immense amount. I do not see him out championing this issue, and I agree again with the comments too that we have done immense work and been very loud on this issue for a very long time. He did one town hall here. If he didn't hear the anger and upset, you know, how furious everybody was with that, and yet very little has happened since then. I know that LA seems to be covered, and he represented LA and was a planning commissioner in LA and all of that. That's wonderful. It really does feel that it is an urban elected legislator that is not taking any consideration to rural counties, that places the blame. And wanted to speak about, you know, equity within the state. This is one of the important things that I think he highlights. We are disinvested, relatively low income areas that have lost a lot of our industry. We have a lot of issues with opioid epidemics, with trauma. We have issues with homeownership. I mean, our housing burden's rising faster than the state, even if they're cheaper here. And I would hope that they would look back on that and say that a system where federal land management policies and state fire suppression policies created catastrophic fire risk that was then exacerbated by climate-driven events, which have largely been from urban areas, other parts of the state, not really up here, the small population, little mountain communities, where we've been unable to do a lot of the mitigations due to state environmental policy preventing that then the response is, if we spend thousands or tens of thousands of dollars each year as an individual owning our home in this poor community that is very at risk, we may get a 10% reduction or 15% reduction on our bill. That is a real limp amount of leadership, and I know this is not your fault, and I'm sorry that you were sent to have to be the bearer of receiving this, but you're probably used to that too at a lot of these meetings. It's very limp leadership by the insurance commissioner to say, well, the poor communities just need to spend tens of thousands of dollars on their house. It's like basically saying, oh, you're running out of money, you can't afford fire insurance. Have you tried just having more money? Yeah, it's absolutely tone deaf.
Let them eat cake.
Yeah, absolutely tone deaf. So I did have a couple of questions. I know,
Yeah,
but we've been doing comments this whole time.
And please, let's recognize that as a board when we get to comments, because there's a lot of comments.
Yeah.
Having now. Thank you.
So the final tiny point is, I agree, we are a leader in the state when it comes to it. It's disappointing that that's not more well known. But this relates to one of the questions I wanted to ask. I specifically asked the commissioner whether there would be, with the public catastrophic risk model, and I think developing that as a comparison to the private models is a good idea. But would we be able to utilize that as part of a challenge process as a county? So the Cerro project, as mentioned, we have data showing flame incidence and flame length decreasing substantially around, particularly, I'm just going to say my house, right? There's a big horseshoe. I'm covered by that. I'm in a defensible space, state park area. To the west of me is a reservoir. To the north of me is entirely covered by 260,000 acres of treated land in that area. To the west had already burned a lot of the ground fuel too. I got my fire insurance policy canceled. Peeling paint. I got sent a cancellation notice because there was peeling paint on my house in that. So in that catastrophic risk model, if we complete a project, I guess the first thing is it going to count fuel reduction work on the ground?
It should, yes, and hopefully.
Because other fire models don't.
Your properties hopefully will be helped by using the CAT modeling.
Okay, so that is a firm, yes, it will not just be based on geography and, kind of meteorological signs, and that it will also consider fuel management.
That's what, it's supposed to capture all the mitigation that the community's doing, your homes, you homeowners are doing, and the rest of the community, what CAL FIRE's doing, on the state level and the federal level. They're supposed to be able to capture all that.
And we'll
now,
be able
I'm sure some people won't be happy with that, right? But others hopefully are rewarded with it.
And then the second part is, if that's not accurate, will we be is there a process for us to challenge it? Counties and cities in particular?
I don't know that yet. I don't know that yet.
Okay.
I mean, we can, your risk score, that's what we did with the Safer from Wildfires, but I don't know how it's not finished yet.
Okay, there needs to be a challenge process. Data is very rarely correct on that first go around. I wanted to ask, you mentioned the wildfire risk score at certain points being available. Why is that not available to everyone all the time?
I guess maybe the insurance companies would be taking too much time doing it. I don't know.
Okay.
But it's,
it seems like I should be able to look that up like my credit score.
They never had to give it to you before, right? So for them to give you 4 or 5 times and when it's available to you, I think that's should be adequate, right? If you do a new mitigation effort, then you ask for it again, and then you have what I think it was 30 days or 15 days. So
I wanted to ask too, at doing some napkin math, 3,200 roughly per fair plan. We're about 40%, I think, on the fair plan within our county. Don't know the full number, but we have about 40,000 parcels. Penciling that out, that's potentially 51 million a year. Let's say it's half that, and my numbers are just off. That is a ton of money to be exporting out of the community. I wanted to ask, one of the challenges we had, we considered a stronger vegetation management ordinance here, but one of the challenges has been environmental regulations under CEQA to be able to implement these. Again, low income, low taxation, high federal land, rural communities. Is the Insurance Commissioner's Office working to reduce some of the regulatory burden or barriers to doing additional risk reduction efforts with the legislature, including considering CEQA exemptions for vegetation management?
I don't, at my level, I don't find out until things are, happening.
Okay.
So whether it's being talked about, I know though some of the ideas that you've been speaking about of low income, those are the type of things that the legislature's been bandying about, how to help people, because we know it's expensive to do all these items, right? All the mitigation steps that will keep your home safe. And some people, I mean, I've been to meetings where I come, I'm crying my eyes out and listening to people who are losing their homes. We all feel it, believe it or not.
I feel it when they call me too.
Yeah.
And then we direct them to the Insurance Commissioner's Office and nothing happens.
There's no magic here. That's the problem. You look up your watch duty, you look at to see what the fires are like today. Scroll all the way up. You can go all the way up to Washington. You can go all the way out to Montana. It's like it's happening everywhere. It's not just here. That's something I think we all have to understand.
Okay,
Betty, I just want to make this comment. I think the frustration is we knew this was coming over a decade ago, and it's fallen on deaf ears. And it wasn't until the urban areas started getting hit that we start seeing action, which is complete BS. That's why we have 2 states. We have this side of the state and this side of the state. Nothing happens over here unless it happens over here. And so that's why we're frustrated, because if people were wise enough and heard what the rest of the communities were saying, we could have been here 5 years ago.
Well, I know, like Dave Jones, the commissioner before, Ricardo Lara, he was doing things about wildfires early, but he was doing more research. He's at UC Davis doing research on this, not UC Davis, UC Berkeley doing research on this. So we were aware of what was going
Apparently
on.
when Lara got in the office, if you look at his bills that he sponsored, he was dealing with social issues with insurance and not other issues.
If we can please move along, so we've got board members that haven't.
One last thing though, Ricardo Lara did start the moratorium He got that legislature passed. So when there is a large fire, just if it's declared an emergency, you cannot lose your insurance. Everything stays stable for a year.
For 1 year,
For 1
and,
year.
and then you lose it. So you
Yeah.
get to get ready to
Yeah,
lose it.
well, it was nothing before.
I'm sorry.
right?
Anything you say about that man?
Okay, I'm
it's,
sorry.
It's out the door with us.
Wasn't aware that he was here. Was that like a year ago or? No.
6 years ago, my first year in office, we screamed, and you said,
I'm
"Okay, adios."
No, I'm
Nothing.
sorry. No, I'm sorry.
Supervisor Campbell.
Hi, Mary Beth.
Hi.
Thank you so much for coming to the Board of Supervisors meeting, and thank you for participating in our Fire Safety Advisory Committee. I have some recommendations to the board that I'll share once the public's had a chance to talk. But I did have one more question to kind of ask you. It's the same question I asked you at the committee meeting, so you'll have some kind of indication there. So Ricardo Lara came to the county in August 2019. Got the kind of atmosphere that you're seeing here was pretty similar at the time, and there was a lot of frustration even back then, and that was 2019. So we've had many of these kind of interactions with the Department of Insurance where I think your description of the problem is excellent. I think we are at a place where we know very well what the issues are. But I think what we're looking for is taking that next step and actually having some kind of resolution. And we have very little ability to influence or communicate with or even get insurance industry representatives at the table. We're a very small county, we're very poor. So that's why you're hearing a lot from us, because you are our state representative, and so we can talk to you. So you're hearing some of the frustration that's probably directed equally at the industry itself. But when I look at from 2019 to now, we've talked about. I've cried with constituents who've been priced out of their homes. A woman who is a recent widow stands out in my mind. Conversation I had, and from that time to now, I feel comfortable that if somebody asks me, we are all here in this room or talking right now, employees of the citizens of Tuolumne County. Some at the state level, some at the local level. But I feel comfortable if somebody tells me, Ryan Campbell, what have you done in my community to help with this issue or help make our community more fire safe? There are a variety of things I can tell them, about road safety. We've worked as a group on several projects, all these different things. If somebody asks me, okay, Ryan, that's great. What has our state insurance commissioner done to help us? What should I tell them?
Well, we started with Safer from Wildfires. Believe it or not, that has helped some people, and it's made you think about the steps that you should do to keep yourself safe, even if the cost hasn't come down yet. Like you said, you can't burn your properties down, right, from wildfires. So you have to take comfort in that. And so now we're working on the availability. Some people who can't afford the FAIR plan, which is, I don't think I could afford the FAIR plan, right, if I lived in this area. Trying to get those people, those homeowners down into the regular market. That will hopefully bring their costs down. And then as the general risk in the larger area comes down, that's when the insurers are going to come back and be a competitive marketplace again. But, we're doing the work to increase or decrease the risk, but whether it's climate change or act of God or just the cycle of our planet over the last, billions of years, that fires are much more prevalent now. I mean, I'm from New Jersey. I never heard of a tornado in New Jersey before. They have tornadoes in New Jersey now. I just can't believe some of the things that are happening all across the nation. And things are spreading. Flooding's worse than in Florida now. We also have parts of our California coast now that are having problems along their coastline, inside the Bay Area, in the San Francisco Bay, the water's rising. I mean, a lot of this is happening, and that's why the insurance companies have been affected, and they've raised their rates. This is a worldwide market, so the problem is the reinsurance costs have risen immensely for the insurance companies, which is why we're thinking about the reinsurance here in California. It's a worldwide market. Everybody's fighting for that money. There's no simple answer. That's the problem.
Yeah, and this will be my more statement / question. That element that you're speaking to, I struggle with that because I'll just say this on some level we're getting from the Department of Insurance. It's a little bit of a feeling like poor insurance industry, they're not making profit, they have to pull out of these communities, and I just don't buy it, because I look at where people in this community pay their premiums on time for 30 years, 40 years. Where's all that profit? You know, it's not that they're not able to make a profit, because they are. It's they're not able to make the obscene profit that they were making for decades, and not transferring that money back into coverage for future risk. You know, it's their failure to plan that put them into this position where they're not making the profits. That's the way I see it. It reminds me a bit of like people talk about Ticketmaster. You know how you used to be able to go to a concert for $20,
right?
And now it's $300, and it's because you have this monopoly that is pricing themselves out of a market, making concert tickets less accessible for a wider range of people, so less people are going to concert. That's the same thing that's happening in the insurance industry, that they have put themselves in this situation where now it's so expensive that they have not been planning, and they've been, I guess, pocketing, you know, the profits that they've been receiving from premiums for decades. And now they're in a position where if there is a catastrophic fire, they're not going to have the money to pay the people that have the premiums. And so it's just, I struggle with this messaging that we need to find a way to help the insurance industry, because they're not able to make a go of it, you know, with the amount of money they're charging their customers. So I would work on looking at that side of things a little bit. So I guess that's not a question, more of a suggestion.
Hello.
Hi, okay.
Number one, takeaway from today is when you get back, strongly suggest that Commissioner Lara, it takes a couple of days to get it put up, but come on and listen to this session and hear the things that we've been talking about with you himself, so that he has a better feel. Two, there's some things that are just inherently going sideways in many different directions, and some of the comments were, yeah, I know you're working hard on it. Well, that broken record is, you know, getting pretty tough to listen after, you know, X amount of years, and we see maybe just a smidge. But one of the things that happening quite literally and near and dear to the governor's heart is homelessness. And we've got people being forced into homelessness because they can't pay for their fire insurance. This is a reality. It's happening. It's happening in our county and lots of other areas as well. People on minimum, you know, Social Security or pensions that are very, very small. And we're trying to think of creative ways to help those people. But, you know, they're exacerbating a situation that's already bad. I have a question on the Safer from Wildfires. That was developed by your office, okay? So why are some standards in that more stringent than what CAL FIRE has in their defensible space? And one I'll point to, you know, on this slide here is the last item on the first group, enclosed eaves. Okay, CAL FIRE doesn't require that. And it really doesn't make a lot of sense. And so what you've done is, you know, for people to meet this standard, right? Because you don't get any discount unless you meet all of this group.
The FAIR plan is like that. The FAIR plan, we were happy to know that the FAIR plan was abided by Safer from Wildfires because they didn't have to, because they're not really, we don't regulate the FAIR plan. So for them to get the discounts, you have to do all of the items in each of the groups, right? But for a regular homeowner with regular insurance, a carrier, admitted carrier, you get a discount for each one that you do.
If they even write policies
If
and
they
we
write
get to
policies.
working on this 85%. Right?
This is the first time I've heard that we are more stringent than CAL FIRE because
In that particular,
a lot of areas that I go to, they're much more, the local ordinances are stronger.
and they can be stronger, but you know, in this case, and I'll use my own home as an example. I've been doing a pretty good remodel project involving new siding, new dual pane windows all the way around, new fire, ember resistant, vents. I'm checking off everything on here, and my siding is so tight when it's installed. There's no gaps in the siding, and I've got vents up on the roof, and they're all fire ember vents. So you're asking for something that's unnecessary. If people, the thing you want is to ensure that there's no gaps, a purchase point where those embers, can get into the home. And I'm very familiar with this because I worked for CAL FIRE for 35 years, and I saw a lot of fires get started by embers getting blown into attics. And so I've seen it time and time, and we're seeing things that can prevent, but we're also seeing some items that are unrealistic. I asked my contractor who's working on my home, what would it cost to go around my house, close in all those eaves, labor, materials, $2,500, $3,000. I call my insurance broker. How much am I going to save if I can check all these things off? $384 a year.
So you're not going to do it. Don't do
Right?
it.
No.
Because I have open eaves
There's
too,
no
and
reason
we're
to
waiting
do
for a quote ourselves.
Yeah, there's no reason to do it because
Yeah.
it's a now, I'm not everybody's home is as tight as that, right? And that would require an inspection. And that's another problem that we've had is actually getting somebody out to inspect. But the same thing, on the next group, CAL FIRE doesn't say you got to move your sheds out buildings 30 feet away.
I'm really surprised about that too, though, because we worked with CAL FIRE, we worked with the different agencies, Cal OES,
I asked again just today, and
yeah, because we that's the first thing the commissioner did. He worked with different groups, so everybody's in their silo, and we wanted to have the same suggestions, right?
Yeah,
and we
so
also try to mimic. The gold standard is IBHS, so.
and there's other issues that come up that and you look at some of this, and when you see distances, this maybe wasn't as well thought out as it should have been. You got property lines that are close together, and somebody can't get 30 feet away.
Well, that's what we say, as far away as possible.
Well, it doesn't state that. It says something else.
Yeah,
and that's
I
what
said
the
it
reader,
though. It's in the verbiage. It's in, okay.
Well, it's not in your documents that you're
No,
handing
but
out,
we
right?
have a 18-page regulation. I can send you that.
I got
You
it.
a
And
copy.
I'm just pointing out some
Yeah.
things that are that are
Mhm.
that are very
Mhm.
you look at them, people, you try to get. I asked my insurance agent. I said, "How can I apply to get off the FAIR plan? How can I?" And he says, "Well, you don't. We just have to wait for the insurance companies to start offering it in your area." And I said, "Oh, that's not so good." And so then he continues on. He says, "What I'm hearing," and he's not a broker for one company. He's an agent dealing with multiple insurance companies, and he said, "Well, what I'm hearing is they're all going to start with the lesser risk areas first." Well, what does that do for Tuolumne County when we're number one on the wrong side of the list, right? When you hear that, you go, "Well, thanks a lot for," and again, we're doing tremendous amounts of defensible space work, incredible amounts. We can send you lots of information, but when we're trying to look at things, I understand being stringent. I understand I feel, not everybody feels this way, but I feel personally that we all should have ownership in protecting our houses ourselves to the extent possible. But when the regulations get so prohibitive, and the cost, I'm talking about people, going after homeless, they couldn't even think about doing any work, on their property. So it's that type of thing that just keeps slamming down. And again, you've heard it from, virtually every board member here that, we're working on it, and 4 years later, you're still working on it. And yes, there's been some progress made, but it's been very, very minimal. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put it out for public comment, and then we'll bring it back to the board. And I appreciate your patience and your time. We're already over an hour into this, but this is very important to us, and we've been trying our hardest in multiple fronts to do something. So I'll open up for public comment at this point. If anybody would like to speak, please come up and do so. Good afternoon. You bet. Yeah. Hi.
Hi, I'm Betsy Hurst, the dog lady that was on the Zoom.
Oh,
Remember?
okay, yeah.
I'm also a realtor. I've been a realtor here for 27 years, raised 3 kids, got 2 grandkids now. And I just wanted to make a couple of comments about different things that I've heard or I've seen involving homeowners insurance, since I'm like right there on the front line. Different ways people are trying to deal with it. One of them, sellers are starting to offer credits for buyers' first year of their homeowners insurance because of people not necessarily being able to afford their insurance. And they're hoping that that second year they're going to be able to get a discount or it'll be reduced. Buyers may not qualify to purchase due to the cost of insurance. Some homeowners have actually told me that they have let their insurance be canceled and they rely on their mortgage company to find insurance for them, and sometimes it's cheaper. Some homeowners, actually a lot of our homeowners are underinsured. Many homeowners don't know the true cost of replacing their homes if destroyed in any way. Contractors have been quoting at least $400 a square foot at this point. And another note is we're talking about the rim fire every once in a while. And the rim fire, I think, didn't it only burn 2 structures and they weren't homes, they were barns? Yeah, outbuildings. So all of our homeowners insurance has increased substantially since then, and they were not even homes. Those on fixed incomes can't afford the increases, and they're either losing their properties or having to move out of state. Yesterday, a buyer almost canceled his purchase, thinking he wasn't going to get a quote for another 2 weeks because the company he was working with wasn't able to get him a quote. He called someone in the valley, and his quote came in within an hour. It was $5,200 for just the FAIR plan and $1,800 for the DIC. And I was kind of wondering, this is what I brought up at our meeting, are there any incentives for companies to come here to write? And then I found 86 pages that the Board of Realtors collected in 2019. And almost on every single one of them, people had written in that their insurance costs had tripled.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to come up and speak? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. And why don't we just start on one end with Supervisor Half. We'll work our way back. We've obviously covered a lot of areas. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go to Supervisor Campbell first for the fire committee.
Yeah,
because he's got some information.
And I don't have any other comments, so I'll just leave it at this. So we had a discussion at the Fire Safety Advisory Committee. This has been one of the major topics that we've discussed over since it was created. It's never not been number one on our list of priorities of issues to face. From our discussion, we came up with some recommendations for this board. The first would be Tuolumne County is listed number one in the preliminary list of distressed counties for insurers qualifying residential property insurance commitments. We would like to recommend that the board request an identifiable process for how insurers will increase writing of policies in our county that process is shared publicly with counties. The second is that the committee recommends that the board request that the Department of Insurance have a process to verify that insurers are following this process and that the county is sharing any that the insurers are following the process within the county and sharing any numbers and data that are received from that. And the reason is so that we can make sure that we're being treated fairly, that we're not being gouged, that these numbers that the insurance industry tells us are a reasonable expectation of risk truly are. I think if that was more public, that might create some downward pressure on those rates. We also recommend that the board continue to write our state assembly members and others in power of our dire need, the dire situation in Tuolumne County right now. So those are the recommendations from the Fire Safety Advisory Committee based on our discussion. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Harris.
I have 3 things I'd like you to take back. The first point I'd like to make is that this process needs to be expedited. There's no excuse for 2 years. I know there's a lot of companies that you have to work with, but somebody needs to light a fire underneath the commissioner's office and to demand that this be sped up and develop a system whereby it can be sped up. Like I said, 2 years is too long. My second point is that mitigation efforts, whether they're ours or another county's, and whether it's private and or public, in our case it's both, it's everything, should be rewarded, and sooner rather than later. I mean, we don't have to wait for this whole plan to be devised. There should be certain things that if homeowners knew they did this or that, they would see a result in either getting a different insurance or getting a reduction in the cost of their insurance. And the third point is, you know, you heard that we haven't had a big fire since the Rim fire and it only burned 2 outbuildings and all this work that we've done, and yet Tuolumne County has the highest percentage of fair plan. Why? I want to know in writing why. So I would like that to come back to us with an answer. Thank you.
Supervisor Kirk.
Well, Mary, like I said, unless you're part of Ricardo's team, don't take it personal. This is just business. If you are, then take it very personal and cry all the way home. I guess to be in support, I'll go along with Supervisor Half's recommendations. What Supervisor Campbell said, we're stronger when we're united. But between you and me, again, this is kind of all blah, blah, blah. I really don't care to see anybody from Ricardo Lara's office until I see a substantial reduction in the costs to myself and to the constituents. That's all we're looking for. Stop drowning in these ridiculous costs. I will say one thing though. I want to jump on what Supervisor Half said real quick. The FAIR Plan, however much power or authority Ricardo Lara's office has over that, if I was him, if it's possible, I would immediately look at Tuolumne County and see all the work we've done and immediately give huge breaks from the FAIR Plan. I mean like 60-70%. We haven't burned down. We're doing all the work. We got all the money to show it. We have a great U.S. Forest Service collaboration going on. We got the Master Stewardship Agreement. We have home hardening projects. We have all that. But the big story is yeah, we're gonna have fires in our community. We'll put them out. But the mega fires, I don't think we're ever gonna get hit by because of all the work we've done. So I would like to see an immediate change in the FAIR plan for the Tuolumne County residents because of all that work that we've done in the last couple decades. Maybe I'm wishful thinking. I think I am. I think this is all smoke screens. I think I don't think we're really being too meaningful. And at the end of the day, when I say we, I mean Ricardo Lara's office. At the end of the day, if you want to show me that you're getting something done, get our costs down, and then I'd be glad to have people from his office back. But until then, I feel like I'm just wasting my time.
Supervisor Brandon.
Great, thank you. And I know we have to explain the same thing to PG&E with it too. I don't want you to take it personally with this because I hope you see we're frustrated, understandably so. The person I replaced and other folks on this board too, they were frustrated. We've been frustrated for a long time, regardless of politics, party, or just, all this stuff. We are all very united on this issue, and we've been as vocal as we can. And it can't just be delegated and punted to the state legislature to say, well, we need to engage our reps. What if our state senator wasn't on the insurance commission? What then? How do we get a voice in, or on the committee? How do we get a voice then? So I wanted to echo what Supervisor Half said. Counties are in a unique role compared to all the other entities at play, both in direct work and facilitating other districts, resource conservation districts, all that. We need to have a county representative, RCRC, CSAC, not just coming and meeting with the supervisors and giving us kind of a nice presentation of this stuff with the staff there, but we need to be at the table with these decisions. The legislature is not an adequate replacement for that. We operate at a different level. We, you mentioned earlier that, we're doing the work of doing. No, we're doing the work of that. Our staff, our crews, the insurance commissioner's office and the legislature and all of them, they may fund something. They're not actually having to enact any of that. And so I really wanted to support it. I wanted to throw out something that I think is really meaningful. And this is maybe why it feels very discriminatory. Fire is one of the only preventable natural disasters. I think it is driven by climate events, but the situation for it is very much not anthropomorphic, but anthropogenic. It's coming from human-caused activities, policies that created a lot of this situation. The UC Ag and Natural Resource Program talks extensively. I mean, there's a lot of backing that up from academia as well as on the ground. We don't see that same discrimination, I think, against East Bay and San Jose and all those areas built over the Hayward Fault, which is rated one of the most dangerous faults in America, that it has a 31% chance of having a 6.7 earthquake before 2036 that would cause, an estimated by the California Earthquake Authority, $100 billion in damage. And it's called Haywired. And yet those rates are so much more reasonable. And we're still seeing growth and we're still seeing massive investment. But in an area like ours, where we've effectively doubled our fire service, modernized our engines, we have an air attack base, a fourth of our federal land is treated, we passed a vegetation management ordinance, we have the up-to-date fire building codes and standards. We're seeing it continue to rapidly increase, and the help from the state is Board of Forestry restrictions on development, on roads. It's just adding more costs onto us without really offering much more than here and there a pilot project to try something. And I think looking at those two things, how this is treated very differently, is really important. I wanted to bring up one thing that we may be small communities, but with SFPUC, MID, TID, we are the watersheds for many of these urban areas. And I would expect most of the urban areas of the state have somewhere in the mountains areas like ours. There's a responsibility there that I think from these 100-year-old water contracts, at least 50 to 100-year-old water contracts, is very unfair. They derive immense benefit from the extraction of water and power from our areas, which we at best get marginal fringe benefits out of. A little bit of employment, a little bit of help. We're helping them live here as much as they are living here and spending money, but we're not getting anything. If San Francisco put $1 onto the bill of every water user that drinks the water from Hetch Hetchy up here per month, we would have more money than our sales tax and hotel tax combined, right? It's a crazy amount that we're talking about with that. I think that's something the insurance commissioner's office could explore, because these are urban areas that could absolutely afford $1 or $2 a month to be able to address it. If we're talking about funding, it's their watershed, it's the communities that support that watershed, do the forest work. That I think is a completely reasonable thing. I wanted to echo that I think we need a clear buffet of county-wide measures. There are some listed for some rate reductions for individual property owners. There is the Firewise community one, which is somewhat poorly defined. But there are things, without asking the insurance companies all this, that we know are going to work. We know that a vegetation management ordinance, countywide, able to be applied, is something that would reduce risk. And that is much larger when we can do it to an entire community than it is to a single property when it comes to catastrophic fire, right? But we can't go back to our constituents and say, if we do X, we get Y, right? If we said that we could implement a vegetation management ordinance for the county and you will save 10%, we only have about 76,000 acres roughly of commercial, residential, and industrial. When you take out ag land, private timber, and that, it's only about 6% of our land area. For the biggest population county in this area, that's about how much. If we were to take the FAIR plan and apply it at 5,000 an acre for treatment, just the amount that we're spending in those plans, within 6 years we could treat, I think, every acre of private land in those categories up here. Just saying that we are, and I agree with Supervisor Kirk, I think we're a model place. We are a place that has done a lot of unrecognized work, probably leading in the state to addressing this. We are an area that is relatively small in the WUI built environment compared to more spread out areas. We're an area that has data, that wants to be a partner. We may be very critical and sharp with how we're addressing this, but I don't think we're unfair about it. And we are, again, one of the least impacted by fire areas in the state when it comes to just damages, and yet the highest burdened by the fire conditions. And I may be exceptional, but feel like that does warrant us a little extra attention and consideration. And that's something to maybe bring back, that we could be a model area for it. I wanted to recommend too that financial tools to be able to address individual properties. I know there's things like PACE, or being able to borrow equity out of houses. We have seen significant increases in that. But offering something like that for fuel reduction, you know, there's been efforts in climate resiliency districts, but those are all added costs. To a low-income community, especially, you know, a senior community, I don't think that's adequate. We need to tap into other sources. I think it would also be very helpful if the state was able to support additional 4291 inspectors for CAL FIRE codes. Right now, a lot of that's on local governments, you know, and it's difficult. The areas that most need it are generally the poorest counties, least able to afford it. That's something that I think would be a great benefit to the state. And then lastly, I wanted to suggest something that, again, we ran directly into, is that for implementing defensible space standards on entire parcels, not just the 100 feet, or on vacant parcels that are, say, a vacant lot within a subdivision, which presents the same fire risk, you know, as catching. A CEQA exemption or expedited process or covering the cost in some way, I think would help more counties like ours be able to adopt those ordinances, because the impacts under the law is potentially very expensive and substantial, and the cost of doing nothing is free, right? And that's the problem a lot of us are in, is it costs money to be able to invest in these things that save us money, and we don't have the money. So it ends up being more expensive in the long run, but we don't really have a choice. And the default status quo is free. So I appreciate you being here and hearing this out, and I look forward to this hopefully coming back with feedback on what the insurance commissioner's office may be thinking.
Okay. So I've got another question or two, and then some final comment. A lot of these same insurance companies are selling homeowners insurance as well as auto insurance in the state. Are they having a lot of difficulties? I know some areas of the country are having problems with auto insurance rates going very high. Is that the case in California?
Our auto insurance has really jumped up since COVID, actually.
But what's driving?
I think part of it is the cost of repairs. You know, they also had a shortage, right? 'Cause
yeah.
A new car, you know, there are hundreds of chips in a new car, right?
Right.
Which
So
did
I
we really
guess,
need that? So there was a chip
I guess one point is they're still selling auto insurance. They're still making money. Maybe they've raised the rates up a bit. Maybe give some thought to, if you want to sell homeowners insurance in California and you offer auto, maybe that becomes a requirement. I'm just
I
throwing
know,
it out there.
we've been hearing that for a number of years, and
Okay.
and that's gone up the chain. I'm sorry.
So other things that, and in discussing with my insurance broker, he, and this doesn't work for the pair plan, right? Because it's just fire. Your other perils are covered with the additional policy. But what he suggested, and is being talked about amongst agents, is that have different deductibles for different perils.
Right.
Okay, so 5,000 for fire, 2,000 for water, 1,000 for all other perils. They, in the insurance industry, they seem to feel that that could help ease some of the pain in costs by having that type of model. So it's just something that he mentioned to me that I'm passing.
We do a lot of meetings with United Policyholders. They're a nonprofit.
Okay.
The person who started it, she's an attorney, but she lost her house in a fire, so it's a nationwide program. They recommend raising your deductible to at least 10,000, and right now, not to use it, right?
Well, yeah.
Right.
I know. I just raised my
Yeah.
deductible higher again, even though I got a big rate increase. It wasn't quite as much. The last thing that I'll say here is it's just we heard a member of the public who's also a realtor talk about the effects in the real estate industry. That cascades out in all directions, right? This is not unknown, right? It's affecting banks that are writing loans. It's it's affecting title companies. When people move out of the county, because they or out of the state because they can't afford insurance, right?
We had a town hall, I'll bring it up because it's an idea, but it was out in the public, talking to the mortgage companies and the banks about giving loans with a buffer on there. So you would get more money and you could take that money and do the home hardening aspects to your home, and then you would get the discount from your insurance, and that would filter back.
Okay.
So there's lots of different ideas
another
out
creative
there.
one could be, and these are different industries controlled by different
right, because they're all
parts of
involved
government.
and it affects everybody, right?
Right, but the other thing you could do is, you talk, Supervisor Brandon talked about, the people that are receiving the benefits. So 80% of the drinking and irrigation water, right, we're feeding the nation. They're in LRA country for the most part, not all of them. A lot of the water that's coming out of the Sierras, and it's a different animal, right? But,
yeah.
But it goes with our fire prevention efforts, protects those watersheds. Maybe they can have a little surcharge put on all of those policies.
That probably wouldn't have anything to do with our department, but that would probably be your senator, your state senator, your
Well,
federal.
I'm just throwing out some ideas here. I realize that not all of them fall within your domain.
Okay.
But when people get they have to leave because they can't afford it, or right then as parents with children. They say, no, I'm sorry, we can't go on vacation this year. We got to pay for that insurance. Or they've uprooted them, moved out of the area or out of state and out of their schools, and it's devastating, to the kids. So where is the human compassion in all of this, right? We always talk about numbers and this and that, and arterial rates, all this stuff. But somebody got to sit down and just look at the human aspects to this. So it's. Anyways, that's all I have. I think you've got a lot of notes and stuff. And again, I would encourage the commissioner to listen to our session today because there's a number of things said. But we really do appreciate you coming down, and I think you knew you were walking into a situation, right?
And you all know who I am now. So if you have questions, feel free to send them to me.
Exactly.
Okay.
And and again, it's not we're just trying to collectively help people and do the best we can for all the people here. So
I do have to say I had an empty lot around the corner from me, and after 3 years, I'm like, I work for the Department of Insurance. I should do something. Let my fire department know, and they put a lien on the property, and then it got cleaned up. So,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, so that was an easy fix, I
Yeah,
think.
other things.
Yeah.
So Mary Beth, thank you very much,
Yes.
for coming
Okay,
down.
and
We
good
do-
luck, and
We do appreciate it.
I do feel for you.
Okay.
Maybe,
I would love if you report back this stuff, and instead of us just kind of asking for questions, I do appreciate that.
Mhm.
We actually had the insurance commissioner's office coming back to us with questions and asking about our local conditions
Mhm.
more and what would help, and
Okay.
speaking with our staff about that.
okay.
Okay, so Supervisor Brandon, you have one item on the agenda that we were going to cover before closed session. This would be item 25. I'd like to quickly go through that so we can move into closed session. If the clerk can please read item number 25.
Item number 25, consideration of directing the development of an ordinance prohibiting parking on front yards.
Supervisor Brandon, take it away.
It's very brief. We have had communications come in to the board and at public forum there talking about this issue. It's something that's bothered me since the campaign way back, which was looking at some of the properties that accumulate tons of vehicles on the yard within public easements. There's a safety issue there, there's an aesthetic issue there, there's an environmental issue there. So what I would like to see done is agendized a session to basically have a proposed ordinance from the Community Development Department that would be identifying these, that'd be identifying the most egregious cases of this, not doing an omnibus every potential situation, but something that is at least the simple and straightforward version of this within a couple of paragraphs to add the ordinance and be able to address this.
Okay, so appreciate that. If I can get a temperature reading from the board. I'll come right out and say it myself. I'm tired of looking at a lot of stuff. I've got issues in my own neighborhood. I understand that it can create some complexities for CDD, but I think it can be simplified to a large extent. But we really need to get it to the point where it comes on agenda. But I don't see it as being a huge priority as far as how quickly we do it, other than to recognize. So I'll look to the rest of the board for your. Yes, Supervisor Campbell, go ahead.
Well, my first questions are, so I read the memo that you wrote and the issues that you highlighted, and I'm familiar with the one person that came to the board meeting the other day. Are there other ongoing issues in your district that are related to this specifically? Because what's cited is parking near public easements and line of sight and safety hazards so sight lines and potential safety hazards are the only issues that are cited here. And I pointed at Quincy earlier because I think that is covered by current ordinances. So I guess I'm not sure what we're talking about here. I wouldn't want to unnecessarily add more regulation when it just duplicates what we're already doing. So I guess I would look to Quincy. Are there laws on the books that we could do a better job enforcing? Maybe give you direction to apply more energy to those areas. What would be your recommendation there?
Good afternoon.
Because I am concerned, like Supervisor Goldenberg said, about the bandwidth, and that taking legal counsel and your team off of other current priorities to work on this seems like kind of a tall ask right now.
Sure. Thank you for having me. Good afternoon. Quincy Ailey, Community Development Department Director. We've been looking into this issue at a very, very high level since it's been brought up, as you mentioned, by a member of the public. We do not get a lot of specific complaints about vehicles in front yards. We certainly do get complaints about vehicles all over properties. So there's front yards and then there's properties. And we do use the sheriff's vehicle abatement program when we can. We oftentimes check into who those are registered to. We use our home occupation program. So if we do get complaints about car vehicles in front yards that are being worked on mechanically, we look into who those belong to and if it's a violation of our home occupation permit. In terms of public easements and road safety, the first thing we do is we work with Public Works to see, is it a public, whose easement is it? And does the county have the authority to move the vehicle? And in certain situations, we do. The county does have the authority if it's a county road, county maintained road and a public easement, and we do work with Public Works and the Sheriff's Office. So there's a variety of tactics, I would say, that we use to enforce vehicles, whether it's in the front yard of a property or somewhere else on the property. Ultimately, I would just remind you that the code compliance ordinance has challenges with resulting in the clearing of a violation. So the county we can certainly adopt additional ordinances, bringing additional regulations onto properties, but it's only as good as the violator and their desire to comply.
And so could I just clarify? So kind of going to this, we already have an ordinance related to the number of vehicles on a property. It's something like 7.
It's the vehicle abatement program that the sheriffs have. So they either need to be operable. If there's non-operable vehicles on the property, we work with the sheriff's department to get those removed.
Okay. And I should have said non-operable.
Yes.
Is there a limit to the number of operable vehicles you can currently have in your
Not
premise?
to my knowledge.
Okay. And if those vehicles are parked in a way that impedes traffic or line of sight, even if it's on private property, is that covered by county ordinance?
So it's going to depend on if we're talking about a public line of sight, so on a road intersection, or like I'm backing out of my driveway line of sight. And so, so public, we would, if it's a county road, a county maintained road, we would have the authority to go in and move those vehicles.
Okay.
Private roads or private easements is a different situation.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sure.
So, in brief, where are we at with this?
Yeah, I would like to weigh in. I'm not opposed to bringing this back so we can have a full discussion about it. I would be very interested in knowing how much county council time this would take. But my concern is that we've got more urgent matters than this ordinance. I'm not opposed, if we all agree, to putting it on the list. But we have the noise ordinance that needs to happen, and it needs to happen this year before certain members of our board go off. It's been a long time coming, and it has a lot more urgency in my mind than this. So I'm not opposed to putting it onto the agenda for another time to discuss, but this will be the point I will make if we do come back, is that it will go on the list last because we have other things that are coming before us that are much bigger issues that need to be resolved.
Okay. Is board concurrence on this? Supervisor Haff made some good points there.
Yeah, I agree with Supervisor Haff. I mean, I know, I don't know when the time is, but I have ideas for parking ordinance fees, which I think Sheriff Vasquez is already working on. It's already an ordinance. And then also trash issues up the hill where there's bears, where we might need an ordinance. So I mean, what I guess I'm trying to say is there's some of these small things that potentially could be impactful and helpful. Today we're talking about one of them, so I'm fine with it coming back on another day. But I think when we're talking about some of these small ancillary ordinances, I think we need to maybe have a more in-depth conversation about which ones and prioritize them, and just have a conversation about it. So I'm fine with having a future conversation.
Okay.
I mean, I'll go ahead and be the odd man. I don't think we have enough bandwidth to take this on right now.
Nobody's saying right now. We just said end of the list, bottom of the list. Is this something that we would like to see happen in our county to improve
the question is whether we want to agendize it in the future. I would say no. I don't think we even have the bandwidth to have, because it's going to turn into you know, another hour or 45-minute discussion to hash this out, and then it's gonna have to go back and forth
Okay.
between
Well,
council and CDD. So
I hear you, but I got 4-1 that says they'd like to bring it back
Okay.
at some point, so
Well,
we'll leave
bring
it
it
at that.
back.
Thank you.
I just had to state
Yeah,
that.
no, I can't blame you for trying. Understand. So,
Now, are we putting some level of when that would be returning? An intangible, it will return at some point, is not really.
with everything that's going on, I don't know, that would be a staff question, but I could see this easily becoming an issue that gets resolved after the first year. You know, to bring it back where we got a lot of stuff between now and budget stuff and other things that are noise ordinance that we'd like to see accomplished, and they all need doing, no doubt about it. But I think we can have a further discussion on when to bring it back. Now's not the time to try and set it.
We need to do public comment on these two, right?
Right, so public comment on item 25, talking about the letter. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on that?
Hello.
Hi.
I did want to let everyone know that I've made several inquiries with several people about the ordinances that Tuolumne County has in place for this issue. And although there may be certain ordinances that prohibit cars being parked on in front of someone's home if they're non-operable, the sheriff then has a right to come and do something. If the vehicles are operable and someone just decides to park on their front lawn, even though they've got a driveway, there is nothing in any ordinance in this county that addresses that. So I realize it's not like a priority compared to some other things, but if nothing else, it is a safety concern because it does block potentially if there was a fire or an emergency and they have vehicles all across the front of their home. It inhibits, access, egress of emergency vehicles, fire trucks, whatever. That's just one small thing. And yes, I realize that a fire happening in the exact home where this is occurring is like winning your lottery, I suppose you could say. But there isn't anything covering this. And I know it's not important to some people, but when you see your property value going down and it's hitting your value, it's very personal, I think everyone that cares about their property should care about whether other people are being so inconsiderate with their neighbors that they just don't give a crap and they're willing to just do whatever they want. And it's like my property and you can't tell me what to do and blah, blah, blah. Why would anybody need to park 6 vehicles when there's curb parking all the way around? There's curb parking everywhere. They could park on the curb. But instead of having 6 vehicles, 2 of which are on their front lawn, I don't understand it. And they're not even parked straight. They're parked sideways. It's blocking the whole front. Somebody else has a trailer on their front yard, a huge trailer that almost blocks the front of their house on the lawn. Their driveway is empty. It's things like that. And there is no ordinance. There's no recourse. If you don't have an HOA, you just kind of have to suck it up and let your property value just get flushed down the commode. It's not like we live in a beautiful HOA in every neighborhood where they require the weeds have to be this long, you have to mow the lawn, you can't do any of this to the outside of your house. I just think it's unfair if it doesn't get addressed at some point, at least by the first of the year, please.
All right, thank you. Okay, looking to county council here, as far as closed session items, do we expect any report out?
We do not expect any report out.
Okay, thank you. For my board members, can we forego on reports today so we can move into closed session? That be all right? Okay, so this board is going to go into closed session and then we will adjourn the meeting at the end of closed session. So thank you everybody for participating today. Oh, I'm sorry. We need to read the closed items. Thank you very much, Rachel.
Item number 21, closed session, conference with real property negotiations, price and terms, authority, government code section 54956.8. Negotiators, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Maureen Frank, General Services Agency Director, Michael Roberson, General Services Agency Assistant Director, related to property located at 16319 Stent Cutoff Road, Jamestown, California. Assessor's parcel number 059-23-002-000. Item number 22, closed session, conference with real property negotiations, price and terms, authority government code section 54956.8. Negotiators, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Maureen Frank, General Services Agency Director, Michael Roberson, General Services Agency Assistant Director, related to property located at 2 Pinecrest School Road, Pinecrest, California. Assessor's parcel number 025-020-004-000. Item 23, closed session, conference with labor negotiators. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator, Roger Root, Assistant County Administrator, Liz Peterson, Deputy County Administrator, Karen McGetton, Human Resource Director, Risk Manager, and Deb Showman, Senior HR Analyst, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units. Item number 24, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation, Authority Government Code Section 54956.9, D2, one case.
Very good. Thank you. All right. So we'll move into closed session. Let's take a public comment on closed session items. Is there anybody that would like to speak? Okay, seeing none. I'll get this right eventually. Okay, we're gonna go in closed session. Let's take about 7 minutes, have a time for a restroom break, and are we going to the law library or are we in here? Okay, so we're going to do our closed session in here, which means that anybody that's not part of it will need to please exit the room.